healthcare benefits we know they can afford. The reason they are reacting this way against your inspiring organizing is because they are scared of accountability. They are scared because they profit off of death, destruction, and oppression. And perhaps above all else, they are scared because when students, workers, and student workers organize together, we win. We will not let our labor be used to oppress, dox, suspend, or otherwise target students, staff, faculty, or any other worker on campus. And we are calling on our fellow staff members who are similarly sick of the university's actions to join us in speaking out against Columbia's complicity. So take action with us. Sign on to our referendum petition. We have flyers, this pink thing here that is going around the crowd. Sign on to our referendum petition and share it with other Columbia staff that you know. Speak with one of us to join our group, to resist collectively, to refuse the university's directives to suppress the righteous struggle for a free Palestine. Because we are not hopeless. We are not hopeless. This is our way forward to win our goal of complete divestment from Israeli apartheid. Now my comrade here is going to lead us in a chant as we close out.
Hello, everyone. We want to end with a chant. This one's one of my favorite, especially when I really feel it. And looking around this crowd and what the students are doing, what the campus is doing, I do really feel it. So repeat after me. I believe. I believe. I believe that. I believe that. I believe that we will win. 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 I believe that we will win.
The students will not rest.
The students will not rest
Until Columbia divests.
until Columbia divests.
The workers will not rest.
The workers will not rest
Until Columbia divests.
until Columbia divests.
The students will not rest.
The students will not rest
Until Columbia divests.
until Columbia divests.
The workers will not rest.
The workers will not rest
Until Columbia divests.
until Columbia divests.
The students will not rest.
The students will not rest
Until Columbia divests.
until Columbia divests.
The workers will not rest.
The workers will not rest
Until Columbia divests.
until Columbia divests.
Up with the workers.
not because this university parades his name around to style himself as socially progressive, when we know that this is a morally bankrupt institution that did not deserve him in the first place. They made professorship rooms, panels after him. They use it as a lure for admitted students, but they did not represent anything he did. And I'd like to read you a quote. Palestine is a thankless cause, one in which if you truly serve, you will get nothing back but opprobrium, abuse, and ostracism. How many friends avoid the subject? How many colleagues want none of Palestine's controversy? I know what I'm asking you to do here is hard. It will be thankless. It will not win you any friends among admins. It will certainly not advance your academic career. But that is precisely how we know we are correct. Supporting the liberation of Palestine, the material divestment from corporations that are furthering the genocide in Gaza, it may not win you the short-term goals of your various organizations. This is because we are part of a larger movement with large, long-term goals. It's a movement that is spreading nationally. Encampments are springing up all around the country. Organizations from around the country are joining us here. And I want you to remember in these difficult times that you are not acting alone. We keep us safe. There are a lot of reasons why I chose to join the encampment, to risk arrest and suspension. One of them is that I could not stand by while students I teach, undergraduates from Barnard and Columbia College, would get arrested by NYPD with me standing right here. I ask every graduate student, every faculty who claims to care about academia or education to join your students in the encampment. The same forces that oppress students on this campus are the same ones that oppress Palestinians in Gaza, that perpetuate the settler colonial occupation of Palestine. NYPD receives training from the IDF. Columbia materially profits from its investments in companies with ties to Israel. Securitization and surveillance of this campus matches that of what's going on in Palestine. And that is why Columbia has invited NYPD on this campus, private security, public safety. I'm here to tell Columbia, though, you can close every fucking gate. You can double the shift with every security officer here. I know this is going to be a tough time as we coordinate action in support of Palestine. But I want you to remember to always keep your eyes on Gaza and your heart with Palestine. I know this is a divided fight. Either way. I want you to remember to remind this university that this university does not run because of faculty, because of admin, because of the board of fucking trustees. It runs because of students and workers. And we have the power to shut this shit down to get what we want. That is why I'm here to support divestment, disclosure, amnesty for all suspended and arrested students, NYPD off this campus, and to open the fucking gate. How about you have the courage to open the gate, and let's see what happens.
free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Free free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
The students will not rest
The students will not rest
until Columbia divests.
until Columbia divests.
The workers will not rest
The workers will not rest
until Columbia divests.
until Columbia divests.
The students will not rest
The students will not rest
until Columbia divests.
until Columbia divests.
The workers will not rest
The workers will not rest
until Columbia divests.
until Columbia divests.
What do we want?
Justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
If we don't get it,
Shut it down.
we don't get it.
Shut it down.
We don't get it.
Shut it down.
The students don't get it.
Shut it down.
If workers don't get it.
Shut it down.
If Gaza doesn't get it.
Shut it down.
Shut it down.
Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
think her name's Manoush.
cherished lawn to demand the university stop funding murder. I wanted to say today that this is a dangerous discourse. It ignores the fact that people have been talking for solutions for years at Columbia. Before the encampment today, there was apartheid divest, organizing for divest. And before that, there were referendums, several successful referendums, calling for the divestment from Israel. And even before that, it was JVP and SJP organizing to make this happen. What we have today is that JVP and SJP were silenced, that the referendums were ignored, and now students at the encampment are suspended. Divestment has been debated, the discourse has happened at the university, and the student body at Barnard, Columbia College, have decided to divest. Council and the Law School Senate approved resolutions calling for the same thing. We are not here because we refuse to talk, but because the university refuses to listen. We are dealing with people who refuse to listen to the same lines of dialogue that they ask you to try again today. You cannot reason. You cannot reason with people who have refused to be reasonable. That's why we're here today. Divestment is not a question anymore. It's overdue. But it's not just this dangerous discourse that is fueled by lies that is a problem. It's dangerous because there are some things we should just not debate. Just like we refuse to debate the validity of white supremacy, we refuse to debate the humanity of Palestinians. We refuse to debate whether Palestinians deserve to be enclosed in an open-air prison and systematically exterminated. We refuse to debate that. And we must refuse to debate that Palestine must be free. As student workers, we remain in full solidarity with CU Apartheid Divest.
kindness. So can we give it up for her? Thank you all so much for being here. It's the most beautiful thing to see this encampment and this movement. Sorry. Stuff it into my mouth. Thank you all so much for being here. It's the most beautiful and heart-changing to see how this encampment and this movement has grown so much just in the last couple of days. I am a PhD student here at Columbia University and a proud and active member of UAW Local 2710. And one of over 100 students who were arrested by the NYPD on the orders of our dear president, Manoush Shafiq, and subsequently suspended for peacefully protesting at my own university. After being painfully zip-tied with my hands behind my back for approximately 6 hours straight while we were being detained by the police, I have now arm and shoulder injuries. But some of the other students experienced less worse, including solitary confinement, bone fractures, and other physical and psychological scars of the brutality that we experienced. On top of this, we cannot even access medical care on campus because our IDs have been deactivated. Because we are quote-unquote trespassing on our own university. Many undergraduates have been immediately evicted from their housing and are and the insanity of the militarized environment on campus and invasive surveillance has made it completely impossible for myself and many others to accomplish our work of being educators and researchers. I want to briefly tell you about why I was at the encampment in the first place to ensure that we remember what we are fighting for. I am the granddaughter of a Holocaust survivor and the great-granddaughter of an Armenian genocide survivor. I was in shock and grief after the October 7th attack, which was the deadliest event for Jewish people since the Holocaust, and which we found out later Israeli intelligence knew about and let happen. This grief was compounded by the subsequent genocide in Gaza, when Israel has murdered and starved tens of thousands of innocent civilians. Israel has also bombed every university in Gaza, turning centers of knowledge and education to rubble, and killed over 100 internationally renowned Palestinian scholars and hundreds more students. This brutal, which is not a strong enough word, but keeps being used, war is directly funded by my tax dollars and this fucking institution of which I'm a part. For 6 months now, it has taken everything in me to even show up for class and teach and do research that feels so fucking important right now. On top of that, those of us who have been speaking out, the majority of whom are Arab, anti-Zionist Jews, and people of color, have been met with draconian methods to silence our movement. While the violence that we experienced during our arrest that was on display for the entire campus and world on Thursday is getting so much attention, it's important to remember that this is just the very tip of the iceberg of the violence that this institution perpetuates against its students. Repression freedom of speech is violence. Surveillance and restriction movement is violence. Harassment and discrimination is violence. Termination of faculty who have spoken out about the genocide in Gaza is violence. And directly funding and profiting off of literal genocide is fucking violence! I decided to stand with my brave students, many of whom I TA'd, because I would rather risk suspension and termination than stay for one more day at this evil place.
No, I don't need it.
I was about to leave to support my students from the outside, but during our evening assembly, we bowed our heads and closed our eyes to anonymously vote on whether to stay in the encampment another night. With one knee on the ground, I remembered why I was here. Our comrades in Gaza can't just hop the fence to safety. When I opened my eyes, we have voted unanimously to stay. I felt so inspired by my brave kids, many of whom are literally still teenagers, and knew that I couldn't leave them and my SWC comrades. For those of you who may be scared about participating in activism and facing retaliation, I get it. I totally understand. It is fucking scary. But it is even scarier to remain at an institution that completely disregards the humanity of its students, student workers, and victims of a genocide that it is perpetuating. It is such a privilege. It's a privilege to be able to compartmentalize and continue doing our work amidst and going to class amidst this craziness. Many of us literally can't, for legal reasons, for me right now, mental health reasons, moral reasons, and others. You all are incredibly smart people who are so knowledgeable about things like post-colonialism and Marxism and other theories. It is time for you to get out of your libraries and labs and put your theories into action and stand with them. Stand with those who have already faced despicable repression for months at this point. Stand with our courageous students who put their bodies on the line for Palestine and freedom of expression. Stand with students and academics and innocent people just trying to live their lives in peace in Gaza. Pledge to do whatever you can to not work, not go to class, not do research, or otherwise fuck up the functioning of this despicable place until they meet our demands. Minouche Shafiq and her lackeys at Public Safety and the NYPD think that arresting us will silence us and stop the movement. But look how it has grown. We will not stop until there is a permanent and lasting ceasefire in Gaza. We will not stop until this evil fucking place disposes our from the Israeli apartheid and commits to stop funding the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Palestine is free! Free! Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! From the river to the sea!
Palestine will be free!
Palestine will be free!
From the river to the sea!
From the river to the sea!
Palestine will be free!
Palestine will be free!
From the sea to the river!
From the sea to the river!
Palestine will live forever!
Palestine will live forever!
will not rest. Disclose, divest. We will not stop, we will not rest. Disclose, divest. We will not stop, we will not rest. And on that front, we have some breaking news. Let's get excited. We have some breaking news. Columbia College students have voted for divestment and academic boycott. We have the democratic will of the student body, with 77% of voters in favor of financial divestment. 68% of voters in favor of the cancellation of Tel Aviv Global Center. And 66% of voters in favor of ending the dual degree program with Tel Aviv University. With all of this, it is clear that divestment is inevitable. We're going to close out with one more chant. I believe. That we will win. We will win. I believe that 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 we will win. And when we shout, divestment is inevitable, free Palestine. Thank you for coming out.
So get you a faculty letter.
No, he's not right now.
Oh, there's a faculty rally?
All right, faculty rally it is.
Okay.
They all just showed up in their rows.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
I saw you. You took action. Took charge.
I didn't eat dinner until.
We are going to the steps for the faculty rally, so just bear with us.
It's not very popular among. Hey.
He didn't join us.
Are you at like alma mater yet?
I wonder why they're up here.
Sorry.
They said to meet up here.
Your dissertation is
I'm recording with Palestine.
You're good, man.
Hands off.
How you doing? I'm Niall. Did you go to? I was at the event when you were speaking. I wanted to holler at you, but I had to leave.
I've got some suspended students.
Okay, but you're at the. We should get together. In Atlanta after I spent 2.5 years trying to, and now I'm just going to write 2 books. I'm going to do my university joint just to make it easier on me. And then I'm going to do a trade joint. That's at least the plan. I'm gonna hit you up. Yeah, I know she.
Where's the love?
Hey guys in front, if you don't mind coming down.
But they just
Yeah, you don't want to get
Yeah. We switched the inputs, obviously.
I'm picking up it like this. God, you go the other direction. Yeah, regalia, folks.
better white shot.
I was thinking pretending on this one. The next one. But like,
Oh, yeah, no, that's right. Yeah. The lighting is just brutal. You work with what you got?
No, I know. I didn't want
to. We'll be working on
today. Louder! I'll be as loud as I can. Can you hear me? Okay.
Closer to your mouth.
Closer to my mouth. My name is Julie Crawford, and I'm a professor of English and Comparative Literature in the Corps. I've taught at Columbia University for the better part of 25 years. There will be 5 faculty members speaking today, and each of us will speak for a...
Louder!
Yep. Got you. There will be 5 faculty... Yeah, there will be 5 faculty members speaking today, and each of us will speak for approximately 2 minutes. Don't do the whole thing. In total, we plan to speak for less than half an hour to ensure that those of us who teach at 2:40 can make it on time.
Can I go by
We
it?
want to be perfectly clear that we will not be speaking today about our own political views, nor those of any particular faculty group, nor those, of course, of the faculty as a whole. The Columbia faculty who gathered today are a large and diverse group, and our political opinions vary widely. There are some who completely support the content of what the protesters are saying and doing, some who vehemently disagree, and people who hold every position in between. However, we are united in our outrage that the NYPD came to our campus at the behest of the university president and without appropriate consultation with the faculty senate to arrest our students on the campus on which they study, work, and live.
Yes.
In fact, this decision disregarded the unanimous opposition of the faculty and students on the Senate Executive Committee, who refused to assent to the request to bring in police forces.
Yes.
The president's action not only degraded the mission of a great university, which is a place for learning and debate, and protest is a part of learning, but this decision subjected our students and every single member of this community, staff, security guards, people who work in the cafes and cafeterias, to an unnecessary escalation of turmoil, both inside and especially outside our gates. Our purpose today is very specific. We gather as a faculty coalition, loose as such faculty coalitions are and must be, for 3 positions which were developed during an emergency meeting held by the Barnard and Columbia chapter of the American Association of University Professors.
Yay!
Over 400 faculty members attended this meeting. The chair of the Barnard Columbia AAUP, Professor David Lurie, will introduce and read this statement. It is also available on the sheets of blue paper being handed out. I'm sorry we don't have enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. My name is David Lurie. I'm a professor in the Department of East Asian Languages and Cultures. I also teach in the Corps, and I am the president of the Columbia chapter of the American Association of University Professors. I will now read the declaration which we released this past Saturday following the mass emergency of the faculty held on the prior Friday, April 19th, 2024. We condemn, in the strongest possible terms, the administration's suspension of students engaged in peaceful protest and their arrest by the New York City Police Department. These acts violate the letter and spirit of the university statutes, shared governance, students' rights, and the university's absolute obligation to defend students' freedom of speech and ensure their safety. We demand that all Barnard College and Columbia University suspensions and charges be dismissed immediately and expunged from the students' records, and that all rights and privileges be restored to them immediately. Last, we demand that no disciplinary action be taken against any student protesters without due process, and that no police be permitted on campus without serious consultation with the Executive Committee of the University Senate. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Christopher Brown, professor in the history department. This is the first time I've ever held a microphone at a protest of any kind. I'm not sure whether that's something to take pride in or not. But I say it because this is not typical for me. I'm here because I am so concerned about what has happened at this university, with where we are now, and with where we are going. Thursday, April 18, 2024, will be remembered as a shameful day in Columbia's history. The president's decision to send riot police to pick up peaceful protesters on our campus was unprecedented, unjustified, disproportionate, divisive, and dangerous.
Shame on us!
We are fortunate. We don't know how fortunate we are. We are fortunate that no one was hurt. With that kind of show of force, with all those firearms, all it takes is one person to get nervous, a table to fall, a car or truck to backfire on Amsterdam Avenue, shots fired. The New York Police Department does not belong on this campus except in moments of extreme emergency. And that show of force was a sign of weakness.
Shame on her!
In trying to show that they meant business, what they showed was their incompetence.
Shame on her!
But I want to say one other thing, and that's about the congressional testimony on Wednesday. And this is about academic freedom. It's also about Columbia. In 3 hours of testimony, the president of the university, to my mind, showed no pride in our institution. She said nothing meaningful. She said nothing meaningful about the virtues of this institution, of its people, of its faculty, of its staff, of its researchers, their dedication to excellence, their commitment to their students, the quality of the undergraduates and graduate students that we have here, the distinctive record of academic accomplishment and impact, the variety and rigor of the scholarship which is happening here today, the prospects for continued excellence. She didn't say anything about any of those things. She allowed slander of our institution to stand without rebuke. Soviet-style education, no response. Intolerant bigots, no response. I know these folks, and you know them too. That's not who we are, and she should know that. There were members of Congress who wanted to decide who should be disciplined on this institution and how much, what should be taught, how it should be taught, who should teach it, what academic departments should exist and which should not, who should serve in leadership positions, who should be promoted, who should be fired. Those are academic questions. Those are not congressional questions. What is at stake is not just faculty governance, it's institutional independence. It's the sovereignty of Columbia University and every university like this one. The United States has the greatest colleges and universities in the world. And that's why people come from around the world to study here, to research here, and to teach here. That's our inheritance. The universities like this one. And we would be fools not to defend it in every quarter for those who do not believe in the academic mission and the pursuit of academic excellence. So I have no confidence in her leadership. I'm speaking only for myself. I have no confidence in the president's leadership. With what she has said, and with what she has not said, and with what she has done, and what she has not done, she has forfeited the privilege to lead this great university.
That's a hard act to follow. Thanks, Chris. My name is Maria Rivera-Malucci. I'm a professor of education at Barnard College, chair of the Barnard Faculty Governance and Procedures Committee, and an alumna of Barnard College and Teachers College. I spent 11 years on this campus as a student, and I've now spent 19 years on this campus as a faculty member. Columbia University and Barnard College are first and foremost educational institutions. Students come here from all over the country and all over the world to be educated. The word education comes from the Latin educare, which means to lead out. How are we leading our students out? In zip ties? Blanked by police officers who noted that they encountered students demonstrating peacefully, not students who were a clear and present danger to themselves or others? Where are we leading students out? To buses? To police stations? For summonses? To bunker down in their dorms and refuse to leave because they have nowhere else to go? To their friends' couches or floors? To take shelter in faculty housing because they were rendered homeless in the city of New York? To disciplinary hearings for infractions of university rules? Is this what it means to be an educational institution? Is this what it means to lead students out? From the beginning of this crisis, our educational leaders have failed to provide balanced and caring messaging that acknowledges the real grief of our students and faculty on all sides of this issue. And their commitment to helping all of us get through these difficult times. Our educational leaders and trustees are running scared of outside forces that should have no place in the day-to-day work of knitting together a community of educators, staff, and administrators committed to our educational mission. The lockdowns, barricades, ID screenings, restrictions, policies, disciplinary processes have only added to the polarization, the fear, the distrust, and the animosity on this campus. How are we leading our students out, or letting our students lead us out? We demand the following: an immediate apology and amnesty for all students who have been suspended and clearing of their disciplinary records. An immediate rollback of university and college rules that restrict the time, place, and manner of assembly and freedom of expression. Without which our students would not be subject to such draconian measures. An immediate affirmation of the fundamental identity, mission, and goals of the university and its colleges as educational institutions that share an unwavering commitment to the pursuit of knowledge, freedom of assembly, freedom of expression, academic freedom, due process, and shared student and faculty governance. To all our students, I want to say that we are your faculty. We love you. We stand with you. We support you. And we decry an administration that would deny students shelter and sustenance and seek to discipline and punish over educating you. Thank you.
afternoon. And happy Earth Day. My name is Hillary Callahan. I'm a professor of biology at Barnard College. I'm also a proud graduate of Yale University, mid-1980s. I'm a botanist, but today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about legal history. Specifically, a man named Clarence Darrow. Clarence Darrow is famous for defending John Scopes in Dayton, Tennessee in 1925, 99 years ago. That trial remains an emblem of how wrong it is to treat teachers as pawns and scapegoats. Today, Earth Day, we insist otherwise. We insist on science and factual evidence. We insist on delineating the boundaries of certainty and uncertainty. We insist on honest, open, and difficult discourse. These are the preferred pathways to a more humane world. And it is often a difficult and controversial path. Last week, that path traipsed across a very green, excessively manicured lawn. That traipsing was met with an intemperate and regrettable response. And ever since, the faculty have been working with others to work tirelessly to undo that error. That's why our priority today is the students. And I want to let everybody know that Clarence Darrow spent the rest of 1925 defending a student, a college student. His name was Henry Sweet. And if you don't know about his trial, you should read up about it. I don't have time to go into it today. No, I'm serious. It's a very profound and important part of American race relations. At any rate, Darrow worked together with the NAACP to get Henry Sweet acquitted, and I'm hoping for something similar for all students, not only in the face of the law, but in the face of their own educational institutions. I want to paraphrase one of Darwin's most fiery pieces of rhetoric. He said of these students, quote, "They are as decent as anyone." Do you think they ought to be taken out of college and sent to jail? If you do, then do it. But it is not our job as faculty to do so. If these young people have committed any offense, it is being loyal and true to those whom they love. I wish you all peace, love, and I wish everyone forgiveness and compassion, most especially the young students who are facing disciplinary procedures. Thank you very much for being here and listening. Thank you. We have one more speaker who's, I think, trying to make his way down. Marcel? Okay. for gathering. Thank you so much for listening to us so respectfully and peacefully.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Bernstein from the Department of Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies at Barnard. Hi. Elizabeth Bernstein from Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies at Barnard and the Executive Committee of the Barnard AAUP. Thank you all for being here. I would just like to say before we conclude that there's going to be a procession to the Barnard campus right now for whoever is interested in joining us so we can protest the actions of the Barnard administration in suspending and evicting our students. So please come with us.
Thank you again for gathering to listen to us speak. I want to repeat that we are here as a coalition of faculty. We are not speaking on behalf of the faculty. Thank you so much, and good luck in class. Thank you.
Didn't you drop a gun at a
college demonstration? She brought a pistol to a college demonstration. Now she's here to harass pro-Palestine protesters. She was arrested for bringing a pistol to Brooklyn College to harass pro-Palestine protesters. She terrorizes students. That's Ina Vernikov. That's Ina Vernikov, who brought a pistol to Brooklyn College to harass the pro-Palestine students there. And she's being chased off right now.
I have like no co-pilot.
Yeah, we know you.
You evict students too.
You evict students too.
Barnard, we know you.
Barnard, we know you.
Like you're not allowed to sleep here.
You suspend students too.
Barnard, we know you.
Barnard, we know you.
You evict students too.
You evict students too.
Close. Divest.
We will not stop. We will not rest. It's closed. Divest. We will not stop. We will not rest. It's closed. Divest. We will not stop.
will not rest this close. Divest. We will not stop. We will not rest this close. Divest. We will not stop. We will not rest this close. Divest.
Louder!
We will not rest this close. Divest. We will not stop. We will not rest this close. Divest. We will not stop. We will not rest this close. Divest. We will not stop. We will not rest this close. Divest. We will not stop. We will not rest this close. Divest. We will not stop. We will not rest this close. Divest. We will not stop. We will not rest this close. Divest. We will not stop. We will not rest this close. Divest. We will not stop. We will not rest this close. Divest. We will not stop. We will not rest.
Just remember, we cannot let them silence faculty like they silence us, or they're trying to silence us. Stand up for every suspended student, every arrested student, every silent student, but also stand up for faculty as well. Professor Abdul deserves our solidarity. Support Professor Abdul. Shame Columbia for their blacklisting of Abdul. Shame! 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 Amnesty for everyone, no one left behind. 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 Amnesty for everyone, no one left behind.
I'm sorry, my voice is shot, but I want to say one thing.
Mic check!
Mic check!
Mic check!
I do not want your amnesty without divestment and without disclosure. You can unsuspend me. I will suspend myself until we get disclosure and divestment.
If any of our doctors
we have raised the world too.
Stop this! Idiocy! Don't see the ball!
Flying kites. We're flying out now. What has this university done in response? Report! Through the use of the NYPD as Columbia has sought to destroy which we people have worked so hard to create. And therefore declare this institution illegitimate. And we have created a liberated autonomous zone here on the southwest lawn in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in the Palestine and in solidarity with all the free people of planet Earth. This university will divest from all military industry. This university will grant amnesty to all students involved in this and in other pro-Palestinian demonstrations. And this university will expel these conflicts, keep NYPD off of its campus and away from brutalizing our students as happened this Thursday. These things will come to pass through our hard work, through our determination, through our solidarity, through our revolutionary love and respect for every human being. We therefore invite each and every one of you to be a part of this historic success in the liberation of Palestine and in the liberation Yeah, hello? Testing.
We're live, yeah.
Let me just check in with Craig. Can you guys hear me on the live stream? Let me open up the live stream right now. BT Newsroom. We got audio. Okay, sorry about that. We're back. Okay. All right, so, that was just you just saw the student walkout in solidarity with the encampment. So we had students come from all over the campus. They left their classes, they left work, and they rallied at the center of campus here. And then that was followed by a faculty rally, and you heard over 100 faculty members denouncing the arrest specifically and the entrance, the Minu Shafiq allowing NYPD onto the campus here, and they were really furious, honestly. They said that they might have varying opinions on what's happening in Palestine. They might not see eye to eye on everything, but one thing they were all in agreement with was the fact that these arrests were just completely against the spirit of education, against the spirit of the university, against the alleged values of the university. So we just heard from the faculty. We also, Ina Vernikov was here, which is just random. She was actually standing right next to me. But she was the New York City councilwoman who brought a pistol to a Brooklyn College protest and was brandishing it on her hip. So I don't know what she was doing here. I don't know who let her on. But, that's another just total double standard. You let a woman who brought a firearm to a college campus to intimidate pro-Palestine protesters, but people, press who are trying to cover the encampment, people who are trying to join the encampment out of solidarity with it are being barred and denied entry. So, quite absurd. But we're gonna head over to the encampment now. So just stick with us. I'm gonna give our lens a little wipe down. We said we needed it, right? Yeah, I don't know if this will. I don't know if that's better, but okay, we're gonna head over to the encampment now. But this is day 6 of the encampment, and you can see the tents are up. I don't know if you could see it in the background, but the school allowed tents to go up, or they said that they wouldn't punish the students if they put the tents up, because the students were basically saying, we're going to go forward with this, and you can't stop us. And I guess they were sort of feeling the pressure, so they have now done that, and that's going to allow people to stay out much longer. It's going to protect them in the rain and the cold. But we're headed over to the entrance here, where there's a security checkpoint. So we're going to try to make our way in. We were just in here. This is our food from inside the camp. Oh, okay, that's fine.
Do you have a spare? Can I? More over there. Okay.
Hey, we were just in here. Our stuff is inside, but
yeah. Let me. You're still gonna have to go in this way. This is exit only.
Got you.
I can vouch for you. Yeah. Can you watch this exit? Make sure no one's coming in.
So we're just at we're at the security gate right now, just waiting to be let in. It's all good.
Sorry,
It's all good.
entrance only that way. Sorry. I know. I'm sorry. We just have to be very careful about who's coming in right now.
Trying to get into the press box?
Yeah. We've been in. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, we're being.
Yeah, we're good.
Thanks, appreciate it. Okay. What's your name?
Noam.
Noam. Nice to meet you. We're actually doing a live stream. I don't know if you have some time to just share what you're doing.
Well, I don't think I have
media
capacity
stream.
to talk about that
No
right
problem.
now, but thanks. Just do what you guys want. How are you doing?
Hey,
We met the other day. I'll send somebody your way.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
I'm just looking for a place where I may be able to park this. PT News?
Yeah. I think you need to find a tent. Like, we're basically set up in some.
That's what we got like. I'm gonna do a quick walk. I'm gonna be right behind you.
Yeah. Rachel? What's that? I don't think you should set up near the
I'm not necessarily speaking for the encampment. I'm just one of the...
Okay, I need to set this down. Okay. Hey, what's up? Alright, I need to throw this. How's it going? Hey, sorry, I'm just gonna leave this. Sophie. Or not Sophie. This is Rachel. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're facing it that way? No, I'm just kidding.
All right, so we're inside the camp right now. We're just getting our camera set up. It's quite crowded today because of the tents, but we are just... Okay, I think we're set. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Maybe. Just like surrounded by people here. We could do some interviews. Maybe if you try to find some people who are media trained. But yeah, I'm a little worried about this setup. Okay. All right.
Tell me where we want to go.
Okay. Maybe we set up where we were before, behind the bush. Yeah. Okay. Ready? Huh? What we? I think we need our own space. All right, so we're just gonna relocate to a less crowded area. It's really tight in here because they set up tents recently, so they have a lot more staying power. The students have a lot more staying power, so there are a lot more people that have joined. But we're gonna head over to the corner here. I don't think this will work. This is a security zone. It's a security zone.
Okay.
Yeah. We should keep this area clear. Let's try to. I don't know. This is tough.
I think this is next to a blanket.
Okay. Okay. So, you gotta move.
I just need some
That's what they think they use. They'll be like, oh yes, the rain was running down the window away from this. Or like, they'll like switch the meaning of things.
So right now what's that? Okay. So right now we're just getting ourselves set up in the encampment. It's very crowded in here, like I was saying. But the latest developments here are certainly the tents, which is the biggest, which is a huge victory. I was going to say the biggest victory, not the biggest victory, but definitely a big victory for the protesters because for the last many nights it's been freezing. It's been really cold. It's been raining, and that has obviously thins out the numbers of the encampment. And what we've heard sort of over and over from people in the camp is that they, their power comes from their numbers. So I think this concession from the university certainly reflects the fact that they need more time. The university was initially saying that the only grounds for the second encampment would be if they didn't set up tents like this, and now they have. So I'm assuming the university is looking for sort of more time to bargain, and there's an active bargaining process happening with the students, with some of the organizers here of the encampment. So we're gonna try to find some people here in the encampment who just want to talk about their experience. So please stick with us. So you just heard an announcement there that they really want to make sure that only people who are media trained are speaking to the press, which is very understandable. Makes our job a little trickier, but the number of people I've talked to who I'm like, hey, can I interview you? And they're like, sorry, I don't have the proper media training. I think really reflects the seriousness of the protesters here and their discipline. But they have you know, a few people who are designated for that. I think we might head over to the media corner to try to talk to some of the protesters who are media trained. Okay. So I think we're gonna move again back to the media corner. No. Do you want to go over there and grab something? Okay. All right. So we're gonna have someone run over and pull people in. But yeah, actually, so I was doing this the other day during our last live stream. But if there are any questions you all have for the protesters or anyone we're about to interview, please let us know. I'm happy to relay them. And I'm checking the comments here. I'm gonna grab some water real quick. Please bear with me. Okay, I'm back. So this is day 6 of the encampment, and for those who are just sort of joining or just getting caught up on this story, and basically, this all started with this started last week when students here decided to hold an encampment on the lawn. The lawn next to the one we're standing on right now, there are two lawns that are basically parallel, identical, and these protesters basically decided to set up tents and say that they were going to hold this territory or hold this lawn until their demands, which are that the university divest from Israel, are met. And this has been an ongoing process here at Columbia University for more than the last 6 months, really. I mean, if you want to go all the way back, the first divestment resolution passed by the student body was in 2002. So since 2002, there's basically been this student mandate to have the university divest from Israel and divest from weapons manufacturers that support Israel, so on and so forth. And in 2020, I think that was the most recent vote for divestment, but these demands have not, there's been no progress on behalf of the university for them. So the students have basically been fed up, and over the course of the last 6 months, all Columbia University has done is basically repress the protests. It's not just that they're not meeting the protesters' demands, but they're actually punishing the people who are raising these demands. The first major punishment, I think, was the suspension of JVP and SJP, Jewish Voice for Peace, and Students for Justice in Palestine on the Columbia University campus. They were suspended for basically, I mean, it was a made up charge. Essentially, the university changed its rules about holding demonstrations and said that you had to basically book a space or schedule any student event 2 weeks in advance, and this was done very intentionally to stop student demonstrations that were happening in the wake of the October 7th counterattack from happening. And obviously, you can imagine if you have to plan a protest 2 weeks ahead of time, if you have to schedule it 2 weeks ahead of time, it's by the time the date rolls around, things change. So this was obviously meant to stifle free speech and student protests on campus. And that's basically when JVP and SGP had, they had no choice but to go forward with their protests, and they were banned. The student groups were banned. And, instead of this sort of crushing the movement for divestment, it, of course, sort of increased the anger and the frustration of the students. And they revived this institution called Quad, which is Columbia University Apartheid Divest. And it became this sort of coalition of hundreds, over 100, I don't think multiple hundreds, but over 100 student groups that support the university divesting from Israel. And under this banner, they've been organizing protests since. And, the university has tried its best to crush these protesters. There have also been extrajudicial attempts at that as well. There was the skunk attack, which was some students were sprayed with this basically like I don't know if you call it toxic, but this spray that smells awful. It's called skunk. It's used widely in the West Bank against Palestinians, against protesters. But some former Israeli soldiers basically sprayed some students with that, and they actually incurred very serious injuries. They went to the hospital, and apparently the smell doesn't leave your body for weeks. But that happened. But basically, more recently, of course, students decided that there wasn't enough being done, that there was all this repression and no progress from the university, and a decision was made by Columbia University Apartheid Divest to stage this encampment on the lawn, which is right next to this one. I'll try to point to its direction, but
it's to the left.
It's right to the it's right to the left this way, and it looks exactly like this lawn right here. I'm just gonna pan for you a bit. It's identical to this lawn in size, but basically, the first encampment looked something like this, with far fewer tents, albeit. There were maybe 100 or so people at its peak living in tents on the lawn, and they lasted basically 1 day and a half. They started last Wednesday, and then Thursday afternoon around 3 p.m., NYPD was called by the university president, Manu Shafiq, and the protesters were arrested, and they were sent to jail. Many of them were suspended or are facing suspension. And this, of course, this breaks with a 50-year precedent here at Columbia University. For the last 50 years, since the 1968 protests against the Vietnam War, which is what this encampment was sort of modeled after, ever since that protest, NYPD has essentially been barred from entering the campus. They have to request permission to be here. And Manu Shafiq, she sort of broke with that precedent by ordering the police here last week. And, people were sent an email basically saying that Manu Shafiq had allowed for the arrest of her own students. And immediately after that, there was a massive sort of there was a mass of students. I'm going to zoom in here. If you look just past these tents, over this fence, I don't know if you guys can see it, but if you look over the fence, there's these gray slats. That's all walkway, but basically all of this was filled with students who were sympathetic to the protesters, and as they were being arrested, it was, this whole maybe hour-long ordeal. As they were being arrested one by one, the student body, they came out in huge numbers, and they were chanting, let them go, free Palestine, all of this, and they started basically jumping onto the lawn that we're on now. So that's how this encampment started. Obviously, this encampment is much, much bigger, and that's been part of the whole story here, is that
Columbia University tried so hard to repress this movement. And they tried so hard to get people to go home, and I think they thought that would happen when they banned SJP and JVP. I think they thought that would happen when they when they arrested these students. But as you can see, they were just inspired by what's happening and have set up an even larger encampment. How's it going? Oh, I've been here. I've been here for since the beginning, since we were on that lawn. But I think the media liaisons.
They know you?
Yeah.
Who you with?
Breakthrough News.
Okay.
Yeah, very progressive,
Yeah.
pro-Palestine. Okay, thanks. But anyway, right. So that that's been a huge part of the story here is that the amount of the repression has only sort of fed into the support for the students, and this might actually be the biggest day of the encampment yet. I mean, I don't know if you can really see. I can try to zoom in, but it's just like seas and seas of people. Obviously, well, I don't want to say obviously. You guys aren't here, but the weather here has been it's been quite cold and rainy, strangely for late April. But the weather hasn't been the best until honestly until today. So I think that's one reason people are out. It was much colder the last few days, but also the tents really help sort of keep people afloat, especially with the cold and the rain. Hey man, what's up? I'm doing. Kay. Yeah. I'm wondering if you're media trained or we're doing a live stream right now, but I was wondering if you could do an interview.
Sure.
Cool.
Are you with CUAD?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Can I ask you, do you have a DC camera on your phone?
Yeah, right.
Would you mind to record this so we have a parallel copy?
I'm currently looking for my backpack.
Okay.
So.
Sure. I'm going to find somebody to record parallel.
Yeah, no
And
problem.
then absolutely, sorry, one more time.
Kay. I'm with Breakthrough News, yeah.
Oh, I know y'all. I watch
Yeah.
y'all.
Okay, cool, yeah.
Nice. All right, yeah, let me find the comment.
All right. I was just talking to a guy I met not too long ago. He was leading a training yesterday for what was it? Admitted Students Day, which I'll tell you guys about maybe after this interview, or I'll ask this guy actually. But they're finding someone to get a parallel recording of this interview. Yeah. Stand wherever you like. Just right here is good. Yeah, in front of the lens. So we're here with.
My name is I am now Clay. It's good to know you, Clay.
Kay, yes. So you've been here. I've seen you around. You're involved in Quad, yes?
That's right. I've been here since late Tuesday night, helping set up the original encampment.
Oh, great. That's cool. I've been here since Wednesday. So good to be here. I mean, this is honestly crazy. I've been telling people I used to be. I was in SJP when I was in school, and seeing something like this, I never thought I'd see the day I'd see something like this. So, but yeah, maybe you could start by walking people through how this idea came about. Obviously, you can spare all the details that need to be spared, but I know the university hasn't really moved on the issue of divestment at all, and some people have told me it came out of this sort of frustration with Columbia dragging their feet on this, right?
Well, back in 2020, the Student Senate passed a resolution demanding that Columbia do exactly this, that they divest. The administration ignored the will of the students. We are here as a direct result of the atrocities that Israel is inflicting on Palestine. We will continue to be here until our demands are met.
That's great. So I guess were you one of the students that was arrested? Can you talk a bit about your experience? I mean, I think a lot of people are very inspired by what you all did, and obviously the whole country now is trying to emulate what's happening here. But tell me about why are you so committed? Why are you willing to risk suspension and arrest and all these things for this cause?
Well, first I want to say thank you so much to all the people at Princeton and Yale and South Carolina and Boston and all the others whose names I don't yet know. The New School NYU, glad y'all are with us. It makes our struggle all the easier and all the greater for your participation. Second of all, I want to say that when Columbia, through force and through guile, utilized the NYPD against its own students, it was a beautiful experience for us protesters. It really was. We sat down on the lawn, linked arms, made the police come to us. And when they dragged us off to those correctional vans that Columbia so kindly furnished us with, we were singing songs of the revolution, hymns and spirituals, all the way down to the jailhouse, all the way through processing, and all the way through the holding cells. Cops didn't know what to do with us. In terms of why I'm willing to risk these things, this is no risk at all. You got to understand, like, for all of the problems of U.S. empire, we still have relative freedom compared to a lot of the people of planet Earth. And so it's incumbent upon us, from our position of relative privilege, to take every risk and every action we possibly can to ensure the liberation of all free human beings of the earth, especially those living under empire.
How did you learn about the issue of Palestine? I mean, how has it been the last 6 months? I mean, was there a moment where you decided, hey, like, I can't sit by on the sidelines anymore and just watch this, like, I have to get involved?
Yeah, so obviously the conflict, the ongoing genocide and displacement of the Palestinian people has been occurring since before I was born. And this is not new news. This is only new to those who were deprived of a historical education, to those of us who were deprived of the real story of empire. And so for the last few years, I'm from Kentucky. I've been engaged in organizing locally, and through these organizing groups, I've come to find out about international struggles. At my graduation from Eastern Kentucky University last spring, with 2 bachelors and an associate, I stood on my chair with a Palestinian flag painted on my cap, and I held a fist of solidarity during the national anthem. I turned my back to the flag. I refused to recognize the legitimacy of the U.S. empire. This is not my first action. It won't be my last.
Can you talk a little bit about the university's treatment of the protesters? Obviously, that's, that's really magnified the support for this struggle is just the level of repression. Can you walk us through the timeline? I don't think people have the full picture. Obviously, many people saw the arrests. But even before that, I mean, for the last 6 months, they've been toying with protesters, basically, yes?
Absolutely. Yeah, so our chapters of SJP, which is the Students for Justice in Palestine, and JVP, which is Jewish Voice for Peace, were both suspended from the university. The clubs were both suspended from the university because we held emergency protests to address the pressing and cutting issues of our time. And we as Quad, that's CU, Apartheid, Divest, we've taken over some of the organizing with, in association with, and on behalf of these groups. In terms of police repression, important thing to know is that Tuesday night, this is Wednesday morning, we set up our initial encampment. That morning, Columbia came out to the lawn threatening the use of the NYPD if we did not move. We held our ground, and they ran scared. They had to call in the NYPD to brutalize their own students, and this happened Thursday afternoon after beautiful bouts of chanting and of song and of spirituals, with hundreds and hundreds of student observers circled around our encampment, watching as the NYPD was brought in to brutalize their peers.
That was a really amazing moment. I was there on the outside, and people were just chanting, like, let them go, free Palestine. I mean, what was going through your head at that moment?
There was only freedom on my mind. There was only Palestine on my mind. It is a glorious thing to resist.
You know, one thing that I know you're aware of is people in Gaza and people in the West Bank are watching this. They're sharing this. They're, fully in support of this. If you could say anything to them, what would you say?
I would say that we see you, that you are liberating us. You are giving us the courage to resist this empire and to bring it down piece by piece. I would say furthermore that you have allies all around the world, including in the belly of empire. And I would shout out my siblings in Yemen and in Syria and in Lebanon and in all of the countries of the Middle East that have been so horribly affected by the galling and inexcusable imperial campaigns of the U.S.
One last question. Obviously, sorry. I know graduation's coming around. We've got all the bleachers set up. We've got these floor slats in the background aggressively pushed up right to the fence of the encampment. For those who don't know, graduation at Columbia takes place right here on this lawn, in addition to the other lawn. So they need this to graduate, yes? But you guys aren't going to leave either, so any comment on that?
That is correct. That's another show of weakness on the part of this illegitimate university. They have at every turn shown their cowardice and shown their inability to engage fruitfully with our group, with our movement, and with the free human beings of planet Earth. They have continually responded with fear. And because they are illegitimate, because they have sought so hard to destroy these beautiful things which we the people have created, we find that their graduation is illegitimate. We will be here until our demands are met, and they can do what they will.
Well, it sounds like Columbia University has a maybe not so tough choice to make. Divest or have the most interesting graduation they've had in quite some time.
That's true. They can be on the right side of history, or they can be on the wrong side of history, and we'll remember either way.
We'll remember either way. Well, it's sure to be a memorable graduation this year. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Yeah?
I'm loving all of you people. Peace, love, harmony, joy, and resistance forever.
One more thing.
Yeah,
so I actually met this friend of mine during yesterday, which was Admitted Students Day. Can you just explain to the viewers what Admitted Students Day and what it is and what happened yesterday?
Yeah, so the students who were admitted to Columbia University usually are invited for a day of fun and enjoyment across the entire campus where they can survey where they'll be going to school. And because the university is so cowardly and is so fearful of this movement, they restricted all Admitted Students Day activities to Learner, which is the dining hall, which is a tiny building at the corner of campus, specifically so that the admitted students would not come out and engage with us. But we cut them off at the pass. We had the welcoming committee out on the front, out on Broadway, making sure that every new student understands that this is a radical institution, that the great proportion of the student body is radical, and that if they are not so oriented toward real social justice and real global justice, as opposed to the facade of social justice put up by liberal institutions, then perhaps they would find a better home elsewhere. They'd be better suited somewhere else.
Can you tell us a little bit about that facade of justice that goes on here? I mean, I hear all the time about the values of Columbia University. I mean, what kind of stuff do they talk about?
Well, it's deeply hypocritical. Deeply hypocritical. I mean, first and foremost, military industry investment is inexcusable for any institution, but especially one that claims to care about social justice. We've got an ecology and sustainability program that is essentially a smokescreen by which private venture capital can slap a sticker of approval, environmental safety, on their ventures. And what's more, this claims to be an institution of academic freedom. And when we showcase and practice our academic freedom, they bring the hammer down. So we are a nail that cannot be driven, and I hope they understand that.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. And, thanks for everything you're doing.
Yeah, thanks, Breakthrough. You guys are great.
Okay, so we're just going to turn back to the encampment here. This is day 6, I believe.
I believe so.
Day 6. Day 6 of the encampment, and, we're just continuing to watch what has become a historic movement, a historic student movement. As of right now, I think, there's UNC, Yale, NYU, the New School here in New York City, MIT, Tufts. There's some other schools in Boston. I saw a die-in at Harvard University. But all around the country, this movement has spread, and I'm sure there are schools out there that are planning similar actions right now as we speak. So, we're going to stay with Columbia here, which is the school that kicked it all off. But, we just saw, if you want to see this, you can rewind our live stream, but we just saw a big walkout, student walkout, and then a faculty walkout in solidarity with the encampment here. The students walked out of class, they left their jobs, and they had a rally, and they want to show that the students are not alone. And this is really important because what we've heard from the students here time and time again is that their power is in their numbers, meaning as soon as the number of people here dwindles, the NYPD will have a much easier time making arrests, sweeping the camp. But if there are 100 or 200 or 500 people here, then that makes the equation completely different. The quantitative difference of the number of students present makes a qualitative difference in the arrestability, I don't know if that's a word, maybe I made it up, but it makes a qualitative difference in the arrestability or the NYPD's ability to crush the encampment. So, it's very important. It might be the most important thing that's been emphasized to us is that that they have support not just of people camping here at the encampment, but also people on the outside defending them. And I'm just gonna reach for my water here, but when the first encampment was getting arrested, right before that happened, right before the NYPD came onto campus on that lawn over there, the students got a heads up. They got a heads up because there were people supporting on the outside, so that's one thing. The outside support gave them advance notice. They said, there are a ton of cops out here, there are arrest buses, there's all this. So they warned the people inside, and then the students on the inside, they called for a picket around the encampment, around the first encampment. And, this obviously didn't prevent the arrest from taking place, but what it did do is, and you can see the video of this on Breakthrough News, when the police were arresting the protesters on the other lawn, there were hundreds and hundreds of students surrounding the encampment saying, let them go, free Palestine. And you might argue that this second encampment may not have even, it would have happened, but the second encampment literally took place like immediately after, because the people that were called upon to build that. Hey, Elliot, you have some time?
Yeah,
we're
sure.
live right now. Okay.
Hello.
So we're here with Elliot, who's one of the organizers and was one of the people who was arrested at the first encampment. But Elliot's been around, has been playing all kinds of different roles. Maybe you could start by telling the audience. Well, first of all, what do you do here at Columbia? I know you're a student, but maybe you could talk a little bit about what you study and whatnot.
Yeah, so what I study is liberation theology at Union Theological Seminary, as well as social work at the social work school here. It's a dual degree program, and what we're taught in these programs, hypothetically, would be on the side of decolonization. And what we're seeing is when it comes to practice, they start saying, no. But we really believe that the little bit that we're taught about decolonization, we're trying to enact and really show the whole world and across the U.S., minutiae fique, as well as the administration and this government, that all eyes should be on Palestine, and the whole goal of this encampment is to stop the genocide. And we will not be unfocused. We'll always maintain that.
That's one thing I imagine is, someone who's involved in social work and liberation theology, you're oriented towards social justice. How does it feel that the university that's teaching you all these things was also the same university that had you arrested for, presumably acting on the values that they taught you?
Yeah, they're acting just like career politicians. Lip service, lip service, lip service. And ultimately we're not surprised, because what we're going to do is what we're going to do. And whatever measures they will bring out, they will bring out. But look at us, we're still here. We will be here for a long time until our demands are met. And so ultimately, it's up to the administration if they want to uphold the virtues that they teach, and if they really want to divest from genocide.
You've been suspended, yes?
That is correct.
I mean, and you're still here. You're still involved. You're still protesting. I mean, you're not going home anytime soon.
No, I'll be here.
Can you talk a little bit about the suspension process? I mean, you know, I heard some students were notified by email. Some students have been, they were told you have 15 minutes to grab your things. You've been kicked off campus. I mean, what has that been like for the people here?
Yeah, just hearing my comrades who've been arrested, their experience trying to navigate an artificially created crisis by Columbia administration. 15 minutes to grab your stuff is impossible. People take weeks to move into apartments. Columbia knows this. This is just a human standard to give a lot more time to students if they're going to notify students to leave, let alone the expulsion itself from housing. That, from the beginning, is just wrong.
You've been here involved with the encampments, with both encampments for, you know, I mean, you've been here every day, or maybe not every day, almost every day. I don't know, but you know, this is one of the most organized operations I've seen. You know, for those of you watching, you can't see behind us, but there's a massive food distribution network. I think they're like 3 square meals a day. I've eaten, you know, very well here. Everyone is super generous. You know, there's a whole security apparatus at the front to make sure everyone is safe here. There's, you know, media trainings for people who are media trained to talk to the press. There's all kinds of, everything is like organized so well. You know, I know maybe there are some things you can't share, but what can you tell us about how this was all put together? And, you know, is it based on volunteer? Is it a volunteer basis? Is it ad hoc? You know, do you have an assigned role, or are you just kind of filling in spots where you need?
So, to get to this point, it has taken months. This is very well organized. And at the same time, it relies on the students. Students stepping up, just organic leaders showing up saying, what can I do to help? On top of the people who have been assigned, who have been planning, and have been here from day one. So from there, more people have shown up, more people have volunteered, and this is really an example, a blueprint for other universities to follow, how to really care for those who want to stand in solidarity, making it as accessible as possible. And that is our role as organizers, to bring in as many people into the fold and bring down all the barriers to that.
What kind of messages have you heard from other universities? Obviously, you know that, you know, I think every campus in America is trying to emulate what's happening here right now. You know, are you helping them out? Are you sharing lessons that you've learned? You know, do you have advice for people who might be watching right now and want to start an encampment at their own campus?
Yeah, the advice is to connect with organizers who have been doing this, especially if the idea to start an encampment has started 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, whatever it may be. There are people who have been organizing, who have experience doing this. And so to not only rely on the fervor of the students, but also work together with established organizations out there to provide scaffolding, to provide support. And there is no distinction here on this campus between the students, the faculty, and the organizations. We are all here because we want a free Palestine, And regardless of what admin tries to say, we're all here, and we are one group of people fighting for the liberation of Palestine.
We just saw the faculty and student walkout, and literally, I mean, hundreds, maybe even 1,000 people were out just behind us on the courtyard, or on the steps. I don't know what you guys call it, but they were out there rallying for you all. And you know, what does it mean beyond just, obviously, you know, it feels good to have support from the outside, but materially, so many people have told me, you know, like, our power is in numbers, our power is in numbers. What does that mean to you? I mean, like, what is the significance of not just having people on this lawn with us, but also having support from students outside the lawn and also from outside the Columbia community?
Yeah, it just really shows if there's a small minority making decisions, they can be overpowered by the numbers. And that is exactly what faculty is expressing to us, that we are not alone, that we are in the global consensus. That's huge. It's not just New York consensus. It's not just Arab consensus. It is global consensus, regardless of race, regardless of sexual orientation. No matter what, the consensus is we want to free Palestine. And showing out the numbers really exposes who has the power.
You know, that's one thing that I think one of the students that read out a statement at the rally was saying, you know, the university sent an email to this person. I think they were like a former president of a social work group or something like that. And the email said, we want you to come to the table, essentially. We want you to negotiate with us. We don't want there to be one group making decisions and the decisions about what happens at the university. And the implication was that the protesters are the ones making the decisions. But, yes, hello. We're live right now. If you want to. No, you're good. You're good. We're making a lot of friends here. So it sounds like Manu Shafiq sent a letter to this person saying, essentially implying that the students were like the ones calling all the shots, making decisions unilaterally, and that, oh, the university's been left out. But can you walk us through, I mean, you've been here through the last 6 months, how one-sided and unilateral the university has been on some of these decisions, whether it's banning student groups or, you know, just being one-sided on how you know, hate speech is defined, or, you know, all these things?
Yeah, she can say whatever she wants. If we're principled, we'll look at the reality. We'll look at the material conditions. Manu Shafiq hasn't been banned. Admin hasn't been punished. And so when we look at JVP, SJP, over 100 students arrested and suspended, and dozens in the prior months, it's clear that students are being the ones repressed. Manu Shafiq has the audacity to claim something like that. It's simply delusional. We have to look at reality, and that's what every single student here is doing. We're looking at the concrete reality, what's happening in Palestine, what's happening on this campus, and what are the power structures that are repressing and killing thousands of people and repressing here hundreds of students. So we're not going to even bother with that because we know how ridiculous that statement is from Manu Shafiq.
You know, final question. We're surrounded right now. Graduation is happening soon. We're surrounded by bleachers that are being set up. They're putting down the floor, the graduation tiles and whatnot. And, you know, as I was saying earlier, Columbia needs this lawn as well. They need this lawn to hold graduation. But at the same time, I don't think anyone here is leaving anytime soon. So, comments on that?
Yeah, it's just juxtaposing what Palestinian people need, which is food, water, no more bombing, compared to Colombia's needs of a lawn for graduation, it just reveals itself. We don't have to say anymore. We have to parade around with these academics who don't want liberation, who claim for it, but actively represses and actively functions as pro-genocide, pro-war. So let's focus right on Palestine. What do Palestinian people need? And then let's put that into perspective of what Colombia needs.
That's beautifully put. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate your time and appreciate everything you're doing here. So we're going to turn back to the encampment here. But oh, we got another interview. Okay. Step on up. Hello. So we're here with?
This is Lulu. I'm a Palestinian student at Columbia.
And how has your experience been as a Palestinian student here?
Okay, so I started at Columbia in August so this past August 2023. I was honored and excited to be here. I felt like a sense of pride coming here because I was like so proud of myself that I got in here. I studied my master's at Columbia. And then after October 7th, the president of the university sent emails to the entire student body, and it took her about like 3 to 5 emails before she even mentioned the word Palestine or Palestinians. And that's when I, leading up to that, I had been very frustrated, afraid to speak about Palestine in my classes. I study bioethics, which is an intersection between medicine, law, and ethics. And it's the movement for Palestinian liberation is very relevant to this field, but it's completely ignored. And they won't say the word Palestine in the class, which I think is very cowardly. So continuing on, I felt very frustrated, very unheard. And then when the arrests happened on Thursday, that was just very traumatizing to witness. I myself was not in the encampment. I was watching from the outside, and a lot of my best friends were arrested and taken to jail. They were there from 2 p.m. all the way until 10:30 at night, which is ridiculous. We know that there's a risk of arrest, but usually they're not in there that long. It was just extremely horrifying to see that many NYPD officers on our campus. At the same time, all of these horrible and distressing emotions, simultaneously I feel I wouldn't want to be anywhere else right now. The community we've built is really beautiful. We have an amazing teams of people doing different things. So our community with the food, they're constantly serving people food. We have people in the art corner, people doing teach-ins, people becoming friends, all under a unified cause, which is really beautiful to see. I've never seen in my life this many people stand up for Palestinian liberation, and I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to be among so many amazing organizers and people willing to risk so much for the Palestinian people. As a Palestinian myself, I'm so proud of all my friends and everyone who's here with us today and every day. How has your experience been in the encampment? I mean, you talked about the community that's being built. I mean, it really, I was so impressed by the fact that, everything is so well organized. The food distribution is a well-oiled machine. Yeah.
They have programming all day and night. What has your experience been like? What have you noticed? And, have you been helping out at all?
Yeah,
have
yeah.
you been getting involved?
Yeah, so I'm in the programming committee and the comms committee. So the programming committee had a meeting today on the lawns. That's where we discuss our agenda for the day. The whole point of the current like lawn deoccupation / encampment is to provide the students with alternative programming and like alternatives to like what they could be going to. So since today is Earth Day and the university is holding multiple Earth Day related events, we decided here that we would host Earth Day related events as well and center them around like land back and indigenous liberation here in Turtle Island and in Palestine and everywhere that people are fighting for liberated land. So yeah, and so that's how I've been involved, and then the comms works on like the social media outputs and things like that. So there's also like there's many different committees and a lot of people hard at work. Also, it's been really nice to see people who I've never seen before like step up and take like leadership roles. If they see the people on the food need like a break, they'll switch with them and things like that. So yeah.
You know, speaking of communications, it seems like now there's this big shift in the corporate press to like slander this, to say it's hateful, to like find isolated incidents of, you know, people saying whatever. You know, what would you say about this? You know, all these attacks that, oh, you know, the encampment is hateful, this, that, and the other. Mm-hmm. What would you say about that? And, you know, what have you seen with your own eyes?
Mm-hmm. Well, what I would say to that is, like, if you came to the encampment yourself, you would see something completely different than the lies that the mainstream corporate press is spreading. We know why we're here. We're here under a unified cause for Palestinian liberation. I myself am here because I have a duty as a Palestinian person to be here. Others are here because they feel morally inclined, politically inclined, ethically inclined to be here. We know the truth. We're here. We're calling on the university to divest from weapons manufacturers that are used to kill our families in Palestine, and that is why we're at the encampment. We're not here to spread any hate. We're here to spread our message of unity, love, and community, and our main message of Palestinian liberation. So anybody that comes to the encampment and sees it with their own eyes would know that this is the truth.
You know, this is spread, the encampment movement has spread across the country.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like actually insane, the speed at which it's spread. We saw this morning NYU, we saw the New School this weekend, just in New York, and then MIT, Tufts, Yale University. There were just arrests this morning, and they're still going. We saw UNC, University of North Carolina, probably several I'm missing. You know, what was your reaction upon seeing all this? Yeah. And also, do you have a message to the people around the country that are watching Columbia right now?
Yeah, so I personally was initially inspired by the Vanderbilt encampment that's going, I believe, 27 days strong now. So I'd like to give like a shout out and props to them. But regarding all the other encampments, like I'm just honored to like be part of a movement like this where people are able to mobilize so quickly and unify so quickly. It's really, really beautiful to see. The pressure that we're putting on our universities will hopefully work. And a message I have is like they're like attempting to like scare us, and they use a lot of intimidation tactics, but we know that we're like grounded in love and unity and a strong desire and love for the Palestinian liberation movement, and that is why we're here. So sometimes when things get like scary or hard, it's just important to ground yourself in why we're here. Like, we're here because of the ongoing genocide in Gaza. We're here to send a message to the university that we no longer wish to be complicit in this genocide, and we need them to divest. Yeah.
And I guess last question. You know, the university at the student rally, one of the speakers read out a letter saying that the university is they want to negotiate with the protesters, but they don't want one side making all of the decisions unilaterally, implying that you all are the ones deciding things, calling the shots.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so that was a quote from President Manouch Shafiq's email that she sent us this morning, or actually last night at like 2 a.m., 1:30 a.m. And in that email, she did state that she wants to be in dialogue and conversation, and that one group of students should not be calling all the shots. However, to that, I would like to say, in order to be in dialogue and conversation, you don't call the NYPD and brutally arrest your students. That is not the way that you create an open and safe space for dialogue. So her email to me is a lie. And then I would also like to say to that it is very clear how strong we feel about our message to the university to divest, because if we didn't feel the way that we feel, students would have left immediately after the first NYPD sweep. However, they're still here and they're still going strong, and every day it grows more and more. So if anybody is concerned with like anybody calling all the shots, like, we are the ones that have the majority with us. We are not calling the shots on behalf of the whole university, but our movement is growing, and it's a very large movement. Just a few hours ago, we found out that Columbia College here at Columbia University passed their referendum by an overwhelming majority, and that was the student body vote. So the majority of students at Columbia College are in fact standing with our call for the university to divest. So we aren't making things up and calling all the shots. This is just the truth, and one day that will be seen by everyone. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Lulu. Really appreciate it. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
And thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
That was Lulu, a Palestinian student here at Columbia, and she brought up something that I forgot to mention, which is that this morning the results from the Columbia College referendum came in. Columbia College is not to be confused with Columbia University. This was a referendum within one of the schools of the many schools here at Columbia University, which is called Columbia College. But they held a referendum polling the students basically about whether or not they'd support divestment. And again, they voted overwhelmingly. 77% of the students in Columbia College voted for divestment. So again, just adding on even more proof, even more of a mandate for the school to divest, which they are still refusing to do, which is which was, I think, the central demand. And that list of demands has grown now that the arrests and the sort of entry of NYPD on campus has taken place. But really the central demand here is that if Columbia wants all this to end, they need to divest, and that they have a simple choice before them. If they want people to go home, if they want there to be peace on campus again, well, it is peaceful here, but if they want people to go home, if they want to have their graduation, they simply need to pull their funds out of Israeli apartheid. So we're just going to continue forward with our live coverage here of the encampment. This is day 6, and as you can see behind me, for those who are just joining, the tents are back up here on the university, and I think we're going to get a sort of wide shot here. The tents are back, and this was a major victory won by the protesters because this second encampment, it started without any tents, and it's been cold here, it's been raining, so that was really, it was really tough. And some of us, we've been staying out here. I stayed on the second lawn. I stayed on both lawns. I stayed on the second lawn on a night where it was like it was maybe like 40 or 50 degrees Fahrenheit, huh? Yeah, no, I mean it was really cold, and some days it's been raining. People have had to figure out ways to cover their blankets and keep their sleeping bags dry and whatnot. So it's been really tough without tents, but now the university has conceded that, And, you know, I think it reflects the university's desire to basically find more time to negotiate. They're not, you know, they're not willing to sort of make do, or sorry, not make do, to go through with their promise to arrest people for pitching tents. That was sort of the basis of the second encampment, is they said, oh, well, you can be here, but you can't have tents. And I think they were hoping, like, the rain and the cold would clear people out, but it definitely didn't. And now they're all set up. So, you know, I was saying this earlier on the stream, but I think the number of people, this is like probably the most people we've seen on the second lawn since the start of this. And it's like, it is really like a small city here. Even, you know, you see this, like, there's a path here, there's a walkway in the middle. Everything is just thought out, everything is planned out. All the tents have been relegated to the east and west side of the camp so they could create this, like, sort of central roadway. But it really is like a small town. And we're panning over to the food distribution. People have just been hopping in. Like, people have literally just been hopping on to volunteer their time. And, you know, every day I see new faces doing the food distribution. So, you know, it just keeps growing and growing. And that has just been the eternal message of this movement, that, you know, every time Columbia tries to repress the students here, the movement continues to grow. So we're just we're gonna continue to cover here, but yeah, this is. Yeah, we can go to the gates. Yeah, we can. So we're gonna head over to the gates and show you one sort of important aspect of this, which is the inside-outside dynamic that's going on here. As we've said, it's not easy to get on campus here. The Columbia has really cracked down on letting people in. We've heard now that their own students are actually being denied entry. People are being profiled, basically, if they look suspicious, if they have keffiyehs, or if they, you know, look like they're carrying equipment or, you know, food or anything like that. They're just denied entry. And we can tell you for a fact that there's security at every entrance, and they, you know, deny entry to anyone they just feel doesn't look like someone with you know, purely academic intentions, I guess you could say. So I'm gonna take this tripod. So we're gonna go over now. Bear with us. We are relocating to the gates, where there's a protest happening outside, and people in the encampment are supporting. I'll be able to explain a bit better when I set this tripod down. We're just walking through the encampment here.
Okay.
How's it going?
Good. How was the live?
We're live right now.
Oh.
So yeah.
You're live right now.
Right now. Yeah, we're gonna go to the gate in a bit.
Nice.
Yeah.
Can they hear you right now?
Yeah, they can.
Wow. How many are in there?
I think maybe a few thousand.
Wow. Hi everyone.
Yeah. Hi from
Hey, from the Gaza Solidarity Encampment.
You heard that? I hope you heard that. Everyone here is.
Energy's high.
Yeah, energy's high. What are you seeing?
There are tents all around us. Students are doing everything from
from planning more activities to bringing in supplies to napping.
A lot going on. Okay, so I'm setting my tripod down here, so we're going to head out of the encampment and over to the gate. So, sorry, I wasn't really properly explaining the gate. So, basically, as some of the people were saying in the earlier interviews, the outside support is really important, and like I was saying, Columbia is not letting anyone in. They're only letting people in with Columbia student IDs, and even some people with student IDs have been denied entry. So it's getting really tight here. They only allow press in on there's a few hours window where they are allowing press in, but the security here is incredibly tight. So people have been gathering outside basically every day, literally all day and night, every single day. They've been gathering at the gates where you can see into the university, and they've been protesting, they've been chanting in solidarity with the people on the inside, with the encampment. And, it's not only is it very heartwarming, but they're so loud you can actually hear the protests from the outside. You can hear the cheers in here in the encampment. So we're going to go over there and try to show you what it looks like. What's that?
You take a very, very intense drink there, okay?
I need electrolytes. Obviously.
That's true.
Yeah.
Very true.
So, we're over here by Lerner Hall. This is right next to the gate. The protest is actually kind of small right now on the inside, but on the outside you can see people are out in full force. So we're just going to head down over to the gate. Again, so the people you see on the inside, they've been gathering here intermittently, but the people on the outside, they've been here all day and night. Literally for the last week, they've been here just chanting to show that people on the outside support them. And many of them are people who have been denied entry. They're people from the outside who haven't been allowed in. And the security here has just been insane. And you can see, so these are the outside protesters. And they just kind of look each other in the eye and chant back and forth. That's all it is, people give speeches and stuff, but it's just a way of saying, the people on the outside, we support you. We may not be able to be in there with you, but we want you to know nonetheless that we're here for you. And this has just been a constant throughout the encampment. So, yeah, this is the gate on Broadway, and there's another gate on the other side where protesters have basically been doing the same thing. And, you know that this is effective because the police have started arresting people at the outside protests. There were arrests outside here this morning. There were arrests, I think, 2 nights ago on the other side on Amsterdam Avenue. So, that tells you right there, the police and Columbia University, they feel threatened by this, even by people on the outside saying we support you on the inside. That in and of itself, has been met with deep repression. So, but that hasn't stopped them, obviously. So again, this is the protest, the ongoing protest that's been taking place at the gates. This has been going on since the encampment here started. People on the outside have been coming to the gates to support, and many of them have been trying to get in, but Columbia's been denying access to people who are not Columbia University students, and that has only tightened and tightened over the course of this encampment. Even students who have IDs have been turned around for looking suspicious, and certainly outsiders, even press, have been denied entry, and they're trying to thin the numbers out, because obviously people from the outside are bringing in food, they're bringing in tents, they're trying to support the encampment in any way they can. So we're gonna head back to the encampment now, but you know, for those just joining us, that is the ongoing protest on the Broadway Avenue side, and you know, that's been going on for the last week. People on the outside have gathered to basically express their solidarity with the people on the inside in the encampment, and they've been chanting there literally every day and night for 6 days, and they have really, you know, they're not even in here, but they've you know, certainly posed not a threat, but it seems like they've gotten under the skin of the police, because the police presence out there, I don't know if you were able to see them on the stream, but they now have like a dedicated police presence out there, and 2 people were arrested this morning. People were arrested at some of the protests on the other side, at the Amsterdam side, a few nights ago. So, you know, even these outside demonstrations they want to crush, because I guess, you know, it just shows that there's a lot of support. There's a lot of support for the encampment outside. And, you know, I also want to talk a bit about the security situation here, because it's absolutely crazy, and it just keeps changing every day. It gets worse and worse, or more oppressive, sorry. Just not trying to litter.
It's a good choice, Kay.
Yeah. Littering is bad. But give us a second here. I was about to say something about the security situation. There's like a security guard right next to us. Okay, we're headed back in. How's it going? All right.
With Breakthrough,
We were just here.
We were just
Can you just give us just
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just
sure.
want to make sure we set this up correctly. Thanks for understanding. Hi, here with Breakthrough News.
I've seen him before, but are we still allowing?
I don't know if
still
news
allowing
is still happening.
Yeah, are we copying it off the floor? They told us that.
Okay, you guys were filming the speech with the professor.
Yeah, we've been here every day. We sit over there too.
No, it's nothing.
No.
They told us like at 4 that we can't accept any more threats.
Okay.
Well,
The only thing is our equipment's also inside.
oh, it's all in the tent.
They're not quite pressed. They're documentary.
Oh, yeah. Just go to press con and you guys are free to like wander around. Wait, they're okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, have you been here before?
Sorry about the check.
No, it's all good. You're doing your job.
Yeah. If you have other people send our way,
They'll be in that corner. Yeah. Ask if you want.
Thank you, appreciate it. So.
If she gets free, Layla, I think is also free.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, so I'm gonna go grab the tripod, but you can see like just how serious the security situation has gotten, not only for the university but also for the encampment. You know, there have been several agitators. You can't see right now, but there's a group of people on the steps of the school with American flags flying. So, you know, they're trying to prevent agitators and stuff from getting in. Anyway, I'm going to run and grab the tripod. Rachel's going to stay here in the press corner, and we're going to do a few more interviews and just keep streaming. All right. I'm bringing the tripod back. It sounds like there's an announcement being made right now.
Understand what the disciplinary spectrum.
The other ones are not so much, but the schools are acting very quickly to pull them out, so they're trying to get it. So we got our tripod.
Yep.
There we go. We should get a post student.
What's it? Yeah. You like this? Well, if it gets wider, I was thinking we could use the neck.
No, you're right. That's fair.
Like this kind of.
Adjust the MD right now. The shoot is annoying.
The ND?
It's just super dark there, and now it's super light.
Okay.
Pretty sure. This is
I think. Oh no. All right, we're back.
back on the tripod. Sorry.
No, you're good. They're making an announcement right now about drinking water, which I think applies to everyone watching the stream, not just the people at the encampment. If you're out there right now and you haven't had water today, please drink it and get some electrolytes. And speaking of electrolytes, you know, if you've been enjoying the stream at all today, please make sure to follow us on Twitter, on YouTube. It's related somehow. It's related somehow.
I'll give it to you, I guess.
But yeah, no, if you've been enjoying this, I mean, we've really been like busting our ass to get in here, right? It's not easy to cover. You know, we've been sleeping here, we've been waking up here, we've been, you know, trying to find the bathrooms here. So yeah, if you've enjoyed our coverage of this so far, please follow us, because we're only gonna put out more content like this. Become a patron. Become a patron. Rachel says, "Become a patron." What's up? Are you media trained? Yeah, we are. Yeah. Oh my God! All right. Just got shot down for an interview, but
Are you guys media trained? Hang out in the corner.
Sorry, waiting for my friend who's. Well, I'm gonna go back in. I got out of this.
Well, oh, sorry, camera's tilted up. My bad. I don't know. I'm gonna check the YouTube comments now. Actually, it's always a good time to check the YouTube comments. Some people say never check the comments. What's that?
There's about 4 or 5 people that are able to.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, either way, people who've been tuning in, we are here. We're at the 6th day of the Columbia University encampment. You know, there are students everywhere, like Kay has been saying. The tents have gone back up, which is certainly, I think, in many ways, exciting escalation. Sure. And the reality is that the students are continuing the momentum regardless of what is going on, which I think is really inspiring. I mean, we were sharing this earlier. There was a student walkout that happened earlier of student workers who walked out in solidarity with the encampment. We saw faculty speaking, which was, I think, really worth going back and watching if you haven't got a chance to see. Certainly worthwhile to see the kind of statements that faculty put out. And I was really impressed that there were several faculty members who also just alluded to the fact that many of them might have perhaps different opinions on Palestine, but recognize that the actions that the university have taken are just absolutely in every way, shape, and form unacceptable. And I think it just shows the deep commitment that the students have here to force the hand of Columbia to divest. I mean, the BDS campaign has been something that's been growing in the last few decades. I mean, my God, it's just been an incredible thing to see the development. I mean, student activism, for Palestine has been going on for some time. I mean, pretty much as long as the apartheid has existed. We have seen students also rise up and stand up. I mean, students have always played an important role historically in South African struggle against apartheid. The students played a role, and I think we're seeing that role be revitalized as well today, which I think is quite an incredible thing to see on so many levels. But if you're just tuning in, you know, we're going to be here. We're trying to do our best to stream as much of the day as we possibly can, because we are very grateful to be able to be behind these walls here. You know, getting into Columbia University has been challenging. They had a very strict time period, 2 to 4, in which press are allowed to be here. So it's 4 o'clock now, and we are still here regardless. So that's kind of our mindset at Breakthrough News. We're independent media, and we are not going to be beholden by the same thing that the corporate media is beholden to in that regard. I mean, we are going to go where the story takes us, and we are going to get the story no matter what, because really there's a reason why they don't want you to see what's happening here, because we've seen it spread. We've seen it spread all across the country, actions happening now in all these different schools, as Kay was alluding to. I know we're going to be putting out some coverage on Breakthrough. So if you don't follow us on Twitter or you don't follow us on Instagram or any of the other platforms, you can do that. You can go to @BT Newsroom. Follow us on the other platforms to be able to get some of the other social media coverage that we do regularly. I mean, we cover with our live streams, we cover with our shows, the Freedom Side Live, Socialist Program, and of course Dispatches, where Rania always has some incredible analysis and guests on, which you should check out if you haven't. That's on YouTube. But we also do coverage on social media as well, putting out clips that are happening live as they happen. We're getting tips from activists all around the country. So if you are actually yourself involved in any sort of organizing, any sort of movements anywhere, please email us. That's at contact@breakthroughnews.org, contact@breakthroughnews.org. If you email us with tips about actions or events or send us video footage, we would love to check it out and see about publishing it, because we want to be reporting from the ground, and we are embedded. You know, the media arm of a movement, as our slogan once was, that is our philosophy and the way that we operate and work. So if you're just tuning in, we are here at Columbia University. This is the 6th day of the encampment. Earlier today, there were student workers who walked out. We saw faculty walk out as well. And we're working now to find students to interview for a variety of their perspectives and takes. We really want to hear from people all day today. You know, we want to see what's going on. As you can see, the tents are back. We were here on day 1, which is when the tents were originally put up, and that's when the NYPD was brought into campus to clear things out. And the NYPD has been taking a very interesting stance. I mean, Kay and I actually were at a press conference earlier where the NYPD made a stance reassuring the public, and I really weren't sure who they were reassuring. It was a very interesting audience, so to speak. I mean, you know, of course, it's a press conference, but I quite wonder who they're exactly talking to. But they're basically saying, you know, our hands are tied. But our hands are tied both to not be able to do anything was the implication. But the other part of the implication was like, well, you know, we're the good guys here, and we only do what Columbia University tells us to do. So they say, you know, Columbia is private property. The NYPD can't come on this campus and do anything without the permission of Columbia. So it's a very interesting statement, nonetheless, to see, because we saw that people were arrested earlier today. We see that arrests are still being made regardless. So I think that that's something that the NYPD's kind of the way that they are framing this, you know, they are 100% complicit in every way, shape, and form alongside the university in what has been done to students and what is going to be continue to be done to activists outside the gates, which if you didn't get a chance to see, you can rewind a little bit in the stream. We were out by the gates, and I'm looking at the gates right now. There are several different flags still waving high for Palestine. You can hear the chants. You might not be able to hear them, but I can certainly hear them very well and good. People's spirits are definitely high, which is incredible to see. I think there might be some sort of a program possibly happening. If there is, we're going to get closer and hear from the students, but you know, they've been making announcements all day, so it could certainly just be announcements. They were making announcements all day about, you know, both media training, you know, people that are media trained to come over and talk with the press, which the students have been very organized in having, you know, all the different student media as well as all the international press that's coming. I mean, this has become a huge story, and the students are doing their best and doing very well at managing the absolute influx of press that's come in. I mean, we were some of the first on the scene, and we are still, you know, here making the connections that we can. But we've just seen this mass influx of press today. I saw reporters from NBC, CNN, Bloomberg. I mean, every single outlet across the country is here. No doubt it's a congressional hearing as well that has brought more press attention to the situation. But I mean, it's kind of crazy because if Columbia had wanted to, they wanted to make this go away. I think the repressing of students was not the way to do it. If anything, this made this not only a national story, but rather now an international story. And I think that right now we are seeing history unfold. The students here are making history. They are taking a stand similar to the way students took a stand in the 90s for South Africa, the way students took a stand in the 1970s and took a stand against the Vietnam War. Students have always played such an important role in history. Sure. Yeah, so I think we're going to do another interview. We've got another student here with us. So if you'd like to help me out here, Kay, I am Rachel, another journalist at Breakthrough News. I've been behind the camera all day today. It's been quite a long day, but let's get ourselves framed up and ready. We've been so excited to talk with students all day, really, on campus. So I'd love to hear from you. If you could share your name and just what you do here, what's your major, what you do here at Columbia.
Yeah, my name's Dadia. I'm a first year at Columbia College.
Wonderful. So if you could share with us, why are you out here in the encampment today? What is the real statement that students want to make here? I know obviously we were talking earlier on our stream and we saw earlier the student walkouts, the faculty walkouts, the congressional hearing. Things are really heating up. I mean, we're seeing press all around the country come. I've seen some international press here too, which was really surprising. So this has become a flashpoint in the country about the question of divestment and the question of the role that students play. So I'd love to hear more from you, why you're here today and the demands and messages that the students have for the university and for the world.
I think that we shouldn't let the political theater of everything that's going on distract us, that our message and that this space is committed to complete financial divestment. We refuse to have our tuition dollars be used to fund the occupation, the apartheid, and the genocide of Palestine. And I think something that we don't want to get lost during all of these discussions of free speech, of the NYPD, that our main concern and that our moral guiding point through all of this is Gaza and is the people of Gaza and is Palestine. And that I feel, speaking for so many people here, as students who have the privilege to attend an Ivy League institution, Columbia University, have an obligation to our peers in Gaza who have no universities left to go to. So we understand that this university is our platform to get the message of divestment forward.
Certainly, I couldn't agree more about the importance of not losing the thread of why we're here. I mean, the thousands and thousands of Palestinians who have been killed in this genocide that the U.S. continues to support. I mean, it's really impressive to me to see students not just at Columbia, but all across the country. We're seeing MIT today. I mean, we're seeing students at NYU. We're just seeing it spread because the desire for young people, especially, to stand up and have their voice be heard about this issue is just growing so much because the Biden administration is refusing to listen. I mean, not just the Biden administration, but on the smallest of levels, the university administration is refusing to listen. So I'd love to hear more. I know we talked about this earlier in the stream, but I think it's worth getting a sense of what the consensus is and the feeling is on campus around the issue of Palestine and around the kind of sympathies that people have. I mean, everyone here, of course, stands with Palestine, but even students that I've seen walk by, I've seen such positive reactions. I think that that's something that they're really trying to hide.
Yeah, I think, exactly. I think that this idea that this university, that this community does not overwhelmingly stand with the people of Palestine is being manufactured. I think just now Columbia College voted overwhelmingly for divestment. Almost 77% of the student body voted for divestment. Hundreds of people are coming in and out of this community every single day. Hundreds of people in the New York City community are showing out for us. And I think also that Columbia University Apartheid Divest is a coalition of hundreds of organizations on this campus, from literary magazines to political organizations to dance groups, who are all committed to this goal of divestment, who all represent so many walks of life at this university. So I think this idea that this university doesn't stand with Palestine, that it's completely divided, that there isn't a unifying message is completely false and is completely manufactured. And I think it's a way for admin to be able to cede and to not listen to our demands when these demands are the demands of its entire student body. And I think also we understand that this is an intersectional movement, and that one of our demands is no more land grabs, whether that be in Palestine or the indigenous Lenape lands that we're standing on, or to stop the gentrification of Harlem. And I think all of these oppressed communities all realize that we are all a part of this movement in which Gaza is our moral compass, our guiding compass.
Certainly, I definitely can feel that in every way, shape, and form in this encampment. I think that is one of the things I've noticed with the media. I've been kind of listening in on some of what the other reporters here are trying to ask people, and this idea that there's, they're trying to find Jewish students and have Jewish students have multiple different opinions. And it's just kind of interesting the way the media is trying to slice and dice this as if there are just so many different opinions on campus, when that's just not been our experience here, not just in the encampment, but walking around campus. I think that's something the administration is trying to put forward. And I think that that's being mirrored across the country. I mean, I think that's the same narrative that the media is trying to tell about the way that people in the country support Palestine. We've seen, frankly, at this point, I would really say millions of people across the country stand with Palestine, and the Biden administration is turning a blind eye to that, but there's no way that they can't be obviously responding to the pressure. So with my last question here with you, I would love to hear from you the ask that you have for people that are watching, because there are so many people around the country, around the world, who are not students and want to know how to plug in, how to get involved, how can they stand with Palestine, and how can they support the students?
I think to realize that, I think my ask is that to keep Palestine, to keep the people of Gaza as your moral compass, to keep them as our guiding point. I think that as encampments start across the country, that don't, as much as we are so privileged to be at the forefront of this, that you are not in solidarity with just Colombia, you are in solidarity with Palestine. You are not just in solidarity with the students, you are in solidarity with the students of Palestine who have had their education taken from them at this moment in time. And that when you start these encampments, that Gaza sparked this revolution, this student revolution. It wasn't Colombia, it wasn't any student individual. So just to really keep the people of Gaza as your guiding point, as your moral compass. And I think that just realizing that there are so many ways to help. There are people who are not willing to put their bodies on the line and sleep here, or who are willing to risk arrest, that are still giving us food day in and day out, who are reposting advocacy or action items on social media. So I think just realize that this is a unifying movement. This is a movement that's the litmus test of our time, and that you should want to stand with that litmus test.
Certainly. Thank you so much. I couldn't agree more. There really is just been an incredible outpouring of kind of the student support, not to mention all of the support that we've seen with food. I mean, I've been blown away. They've really given us just an incredible, they have sweaters, they got gloves, anything you can think of has really been able to come up during this encampment. And these encampments are spreading. They're spreading all across the country. And that's, it's really, I think to the students' point, it was a really wonderful point that we have to keep Gaza front and center in all of this. But I also think simultaneously, one of the most incredible parts of this movement is that the students have made that the conversation, that we've seen another firelight. I mean, we're months. I mean, we are months and months and months into this genocide, and the movement hasn't gone anywhere. And in fact, these student movements have breathed new life into a movement that has been going strong for so long. But either way, I know Kay and myself, we have been out here for hours at this point, wanting to be on the ground in case any major developments happen. I mean, everything hour to hour, day to day, things are changing and developing quickly. I mean, not only have we seen the tents re-emerge, as we talked about earlier in the stream, and we've seen students come out across the board, but we've seen faculty come now and stand with the students. We had some incredible, just random speakers come out and join in and show their solidarity. We saw Professor Finkelstein, who came the other day as well to make a statement. Chris Smalls, organizer, Amazon labor organizer. This encampment is really drawing people in. It's kind of reminding me a little bit of the Occupy movement days in a lot of ways, the way that things are spreading, but in a lot more organized fashion, with a lot more of a clear message. And I think that's an incredible thing to really take in. But it has that electricity. So, if you're a student and you're anywhere in the country and you are involved in any sort of encampment or occupation, send us video. We want to cover it. We want to make sure that Breakthrough News is on the ground with the people wherever they might be. And so send us to us. You can send it to us at contact@breakthroughnews.org. We are always looking to cover struggles. We are always looking to be on the ground and show what's going on. You know, I saw earlier just now we had two people who were arrested earlier who actually ended up joining the encampment. So that was a really kind of beautiful thing to see happen earlier. But I think we're going to pan back now to kind of what's going on back here, hoping that there will be more programming at some point. But regardless, if you are just tuning in, you can go and check out the stream earlier. This is day number 6 of the Columbia University encampment. This has really been, you know, the spark that's lit the student activities across the country for Palestine. And like the student was saying, I mean, there really is an incredible mix of students. I mean, we see Palestinian students, we see graduate students, we see students of all backgrounds, all races, you know, all religions. I mean, Jewish students are out here too. So this narrative that they're trying to spin in the media like it's some sort of fringe activity, that this is just a fringe part of campus, really, I mean, with our eyes, we're seeing that that's not true. I mean, thousands of students have been coming in and out all day. And earlier today, easily 1,000 students came to see just that faculty statement alone. So we're going to keep having us come live from Columbia. It's a really interesting way of wording things there, but here we go. We're going to stay live here at Columbia, so stay tuned in, drop in. If you like what you see, please support Breakthrough News. You can go do that by going to patreon.com/Breakthrough News. We make that pitch because we are independent media. We don't have the leg up that the corporate media has. I mean, all media is controlled. 5 mega corporations control literally all of the media, and we're trying to stake our claim and be able to tell stories, to be the media arm of a movement, to say that this is what is actually happening. These are the voice of real activists. These are the voice of real students on the ground. It's unique in that regard that we are providing that kind of coverage, and that, you know, our reporter Kay has braved the elements, as he was talking about. It was 60 degrees, 40 degrees. It was dropping. It was cold, man. It was cold. He was out here braving the elements so that way he could bring you news the next day. Because we don't even know if they're going to let us in again tomorrow. We have no idea how it's going to go. We take it minute by minute. But either way, you know, we're going to stay live with you here. Definitely stay tuned in. If you don't follow Breakthrough on other platforms, you can do that. We do all different types of coverage. We do, of course, our shows on YouTube. So if you're not following or subscribing on YouTube, please subscribe on YouTube. We have our regular programming. We have the Freedom Side Live with our host Eugene Puryear and Rania Kalik. You can also see Dispatches, which is Rania's show, some really incredible interviews she does regularly, especially on Palestine. We've been having some high-level analysis that I really appreciated seeing. International voices that you're just not going to see anywhere else. So you can subscribe on YouTube to get those shows, but we also have coverage, live coverage often happening on Instagram, on Twitter, on TikTok as well, which, you know, if they ban TikTok, God knows where that's going to go. I mean, we put a lot of work into building that TikTok, but here we are. But follow us on social media too, because that's where a lot of our clips are coming. We're trying to do our best to break things as they happen, so-called Breakthrough News. So either way, follow us at BT Newsroom. That's at BT Newsroom on Instagram, at BT Newsroom on Twitter. You can go at BT Newsroom TikTok. That's where you follow us or subscribe right on YouTube. You know, hit the bell, get notifications. You want to make sure that you know when we go live, because usually we're going live to cover things like this. So we're going to stay at the crowd for now, but there is just so much for us to be able to talk about. We're going to try to get some more student interviews, and, you know, we'll see how the rest of the day goes.
Ipti Hall messaged me. She's like, "Oh, do you actually need interviews?" Breakthrough. Yeah. It's mostly it's all social media. Yeah. Our office is based in New York, but we cover all. Not really. It's kind of just people hanging out. And at Yeah, it's kind of.
Makes me thinking all that funny.
Yeah, people will be sort of, they spontaneously, they might dance or chant or whatever, but there's no, like, scheduled program.
Is this your first time here?
No, I've been here.
Are they like a little dynamic?
Yeah. No, it's been evolving ever since then. It started, it was much smaller than this. It started on that lawn over there, and all those students got arrested. And then, so then they moved over to this lawn, and it's actually grown. It's grown because they're upset that their fellow students got arrested.
You know what, you guys don't want to be in the picture.
They did, but that went very poorly. When they did that, everyone was really upset, that they're arresting students. So it actually made the protest grow quite a bit. Anyway, yeah, no, you're good. So if you're just joining us right now, you're at the Gaza Solidarity Encampment. I just want to point out a small development. I can't quite reach it with my lens, but no, it's not worth it. But in the distance, there's some people like holding American flags.
Oh yeah, it's like 2 students.
Yeah, they're counter protesters, which has happened 2 nights ago. There were some students with.
Really, a counter protest if there's like 4 people.
Yeah, it's a counter protest of 4 people.
I'll give it
But. Yeah, there have been like counter protesters intermittently. There have been like pro-Israel students that have been showing up, and they show up like 15 or 30 minutes at a time, just like maybe a dozen of them at a time. And they come, and their sort of tagline has been that. Well, I don't even know if it's worth sharing. It's so ridiculous, but yeah. So they're here. They're trying to provoke people, and there's a professor here named Shai something. I can't remember his last name, but he's been like an avowed pro-Israel protester or an avowed pro-Israel professor, and he came to the encampment yesterday. He was basically trying to like stir things up, and he was, I think he was denied entry. I don't even know if he made it. I saw him walking near the encampment, like outside the walls of the encampment, but he got barred from campus because he's just been that ugly and gross, and he's been harassing students so much. So he actually got banned from the campus. They deactivated his ID card, but nothing, no punishment for any of the other pro-Israel students that have like literally chemically attacked protesters, pro-Palestine protesters. There was, of course, the skunk attack that took place here. People were sprayed with this sort of chemical spray that smells disgusting. It's widely used in the West Bank, and they've now brought it here to Columbia and attacked some students with it who were pretty like seriously hurt. They ended up in the hospital. So anyway, there has been opposition, but it's been incredibly limited. Also, Ina Vernikov was standing next to us during the faculty rally. I looked over and I saw a woman wearing a flag, Israel America flag pin, like the 2 flags crossed. And then I saw her city council badge, and I was like, oh my God, this is Ina Vernikov. But she is the city council member that brought a pistol onto Brooklyn College's campus. And she was like trying to film a video, basically. She was there with her campaign team, and they were trying to film some kind of video of them, like, at the, whatever they're calling it, the anti-Semitic rally or whatever. They were trying to film some kind of campaign video for her, and she was disrupted. But yeah, so I say all that to say the pro-Israel students and the pro-Israel movement is like clearly very bothered by what's happening here, and they've been trying to sort of like mount their own opposition to it. There was a rabbi, I think he was a rabbi affiliated with Columbia, who called on all the students to not go to school for the rest of the year. And I think the Hillel actually spoke against it and was like, we don't support this. But right now, I don't think I can tilt up that high, but there are news helicopters. Okay, yeah, it's right there. Let me punch it in. So that's a, where'd it go? Where do you go? Oh, there you are. Okay. So that's a news chopper right now. I think that's Fox 5. So, sorry about that. That was a Fox News helicopter. So, and there's another helicopter. I'm not going to try to pan up again because that was really difficult, but I think it's definitely another news helicopter, but I don't know what it is. But yeah, there's like the media presence is crazy. We're in the media section right now, and there are a ton of people doing interviews. But trying to bring someone over to do an interview right now. Yeah, no, that news chopper's just circling. I guess this is what happens when you deny media entry. I don't know if Fox 5 didn't get in today, but they've sent their helicopters, so they're gonna get the story whether or not you like it, Columbia. Unfortunately, for you. But anyway, we're gonna just continue on here with our live coverage. There's also, I hear the call to prayer. I think there's prayer happening right now in the back. Okay, I think the other helicopter is ABC-7. I really can't tell though. Really cannot tell. Hey, how's it going?
What organization are you with?
Breakthrough News. Yeah. Who are you with? Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Yeah. You're a journalist.
No, film and computer science.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I just wanted to document like from our perspective.
Of course. Yeah.
It's the first day to let you guys in, right?
What's that?
I'm not surprised.
No, we've been here.
Okay, let me.
Yeah.
I got an interview.
Oh, okay.
Nice. International students.
Huh? Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, we'll get set up. So I'm back here. I got some really interesting, had an interesting conversation with this student here. What was your name, by the way?
I would like to remain anonymous if that's okay.
Sounds great. It's the vibe right now here today. Especially with all the doxing, totally get it. So
yeah.
I'd love for you to share more. I mean, we were just chatting, and I think it's a really important point that we need to bring out about the vulnerability of international students in particular. I mean, that was one thing that I was really thinking about, because I did talk with several people here who are international students. So it's a big risk to be an international student and be here, because the university holds all the cards. I mean, they have your visa, they have your housing. I mean, in every way, shape, and form, the university can really force students to bend over backwards and abandon their beliefs and their morals. So I'd love to hear from you about the kind of repression in particular of international students and the conversation around that.
Yeah, so what we've seen thus far with international students is that most of them were on the fence about protesting, about showing up, especially before the encampment was set up. What we've seen after the encampment was set up on Wednesday is that more international students are showing up, but that Columbia is using their vulnerable position to leverage against them. We've seen international students that were arrested. In fact, one Barnard student who was evicted and asked Dean Greenwich about housing accommodations. Dean Greenwich replied, telling her that she could help her go back to Georgia, her permanent address that was listed. And I mean, yes, we see that a lot of international students do not feel super comfortable being out here. They do not feel comfortable being seen by their peers and possibly getting doxxed. But what we're seeing now is that more international students are coming out because international students have experiences with repression. They have experiences with authoritarianism. And after all, you know, Columbia promises this American dream of academic freedom and civic engagement and freedom of speech. And if they admitted international students based on that, how can they now backtrack on that as well? So using it as a vulnerability is just beyond cruel to the students that are out here doing what's right.
No, certainly. I mean, it seems like a complete contradiction of the stated morals of what Columbia University is about. It's been, especially the whole idea of admitting international students and giving, you know, generous scholarships for people that, of course, need it, and then to use those scholarships, which I see is happening as well, to hold over a student's head and say, well, you know, we're an institution of free speech and free learning, and this is important to us, but if you exercise any of those rights in any way, shape, or form, we're going to take away this entire opportunity for you. So, I mean, I see just kind of the cruelness of the way the administration is moving. So I'd love to hear your message to the university president and your message to the administration, because I think that we need to really be pulling out what students have to say, because the narrative that's being spun in the media and that the university is saying is that this is a small group of students. It's an isolated group of students, and we don't want to have to listen to a minority opinion, when we've had several interviews today that show that that's really not the case. But I'd love to hear your message to the administration.
Well, my updated message from today also is that students have spoken at Columbia College, if I'm correct, the largest undergraduate college of Columbia University. And they have spoken and they have said yes to divestment. 19 schools, if I'm correct, have said yes to divestment. They have said yes to transparency. Columbia cannot keep ignoring us. This happened in '68. This happened in 1996. This has happened over and over again. Students get victory. They cannot keep running away from this. They cannot keep ignoring our demands, because they know that we will not be moved. My message to Columbia is, do what you're supposed to do. You're a higher education institution. You're not supposed to be militarizing our school. You're not supposed to be militarizing Gaza. Invest in peace. We get taught at the school contemporary civilization. If you're an undergraduate at Columbia College, we read Dubois, we read Fanon, we read so many philosophers that teach us about colonization, about slavery, about injustice. How can they expect us to just then not do anything? So I think Columbia has to get their morals straight. They have to get their stuff straight and really realize that if you put a bunch of passionate, diverse student body together, this is what will happen. This is what will come out of it. And after all, the future is ours. We know what the administration stands behind and has stood behind. This institution has ties to slavery, to colonialism. It goes back to 1754. And over again, students have been the ones that have demonstrated that we can change that. So the spinning of words in media is just truly laughable, because what we have shown here today is that this comes out of a place of love, not hatred. We welcome everyone here that is willing to listen and to help. And I think that's the most valuable thing that I have taken from this encampment, that we are able to show up for each other, we're able to feed each other, to sing for each other, to dance for each other, and to really show up when somebody needs us.
Certainly. I mean, the dancing was very festive and beautiful and inspiring last night. I definitely was here for that and saw so much of that. I mean, there really is such an energy here on campus of this willingness to fight no matter what. And I think that it's so clear that the students are not going to be giving up anytime soon, and that they're going to fight until divestment happens. So with my last question here for you, I mean, you know, we started here on the international student question, and I kind of want to end there as well, because it does really move me to see people say, you you know what, somebody who's coming here, it's a big deal to come here and be able to study at Columbia. For people on scholarship, it's a big deal to risk all of that. But at the same time, it's a small risk in comparison to what's, of course, going on for Palestinians in Gaza. But I think that solidarity is so palpable here. So I'd love to hear from you kind of your last thoughts on the connections here between the students here in the U.S. and the students in Gaza, the youth here in the U.S. and the youth in Gaza, because the movement has always been led by students, has always been led by young people, and we see so much of those mirrors happening between both those who have been fighting back in Gaza and people who have been fighting back here. So I'd love your final impressions on the power of youth to make history.
I mean, it's as simple as this. There's no universities left in Gaza. They're all graveyards now. People that should be going to college, that should be exploring and enjoying their 20s and their teenage years, simply cannot do that. For us to not do anything about that is just simply not using our privilege as people at a prestigious institution like Columbia. And I think anything we do here just simply does not compare to the sacrifices that the Palestinian people have had to make in the past few months and in the past years as well. And I truly think that, I mean, coming back to the international student and financial aid question, is that Columbia has been part of this wider movement of, like DEI, we continue to be inclusive, we continue to make, our poster children be the face of Columbia. And that's what happened in '68 as well, right? Students of colors were the main ones that really came out to say, hey, Vietnam is not okay. A segregated gym in Morningside Park is not okay. And that's what we continue to see. But what's going on as well? Columbia's University's first era president is working with the black mayor and with the Latino chief of NYPD to call NYPD on its own students illegally, which I'm sure you have heard, but even the NYPD agrees that was not necessary. This not only puts students of color at a distressing position, but also international students, obviously. But still, I sit on this encampment at night and I look up and I don't see bombs coming at me. I do not see a single bomb coming at me. I feel safe because of my peers. And I know that 20, 21, 22 years old in Gaza can no longer feel that. They're in the sea looking for aid. They're looking for their siblings, for their fathers, for their mothers, seeing if they're okay. So whatever we do here, we do for the people of Gaza. And I think that that's something that we still need to center. We're really grateful for all the other encampments that this movement has motivated, but we have to remember that we do this for Gaza as well.
Certainly. Thank you so much. This was a wonderful time talking with you. We've been here live on the campus in Columbia University, and so we've been able to speak with some wonderful students, and we've been able to have great conversations just about all of the different things that are going on here. I mean, we're at day 6 of the encampment. It has been really an incredible thing to see so many students come out, thousands of students, and as we've been talking about, I mean, I've been speaking with students, and Kay's been speaking with students pretty much all day, and hearing the students really share deeply and profoundly how they've been moved to action has been really incredible. And thinking a lot about how the TikTok ban passed the House and the potential for it to pass the Senate, I can't help but make those connections. I mean, especially talking with young people here, so many of them are telling me they get their news from TikTok, they get their news from Instagram, they get their news from social media. And for the first time, I mean, similar to the Vietnam War, during the Vietnam era, it was the first time we saw a live broadcast of people being killed on television. But in a similar way, we're seeing on our social media feeds in real time the horrors that are happening to Palestinian people. It's an incredible connection that's being made. I mean, the relationships that have been formed between young people here in the U.S. and young people in Gaza directly, not filtered through media, not filtered through U.S. imperialist propaganda, but truly, actually, the voices and words and feelings of the Palestinian people has been on full display. So I do think just the profound empathy has been something that I have been really moved by, just to see the students really put forward that yes, no matter what, we center Gaza, we center Palestinians in this movement. And I think that profound empathy gives me a lot of hope for the future. I think a lot of people, of course, things have been horrible. There's a lot of doom and gloom, but the reality is that on the ground, there are people in this country and around the world who are saying absolutely not. We will not allow genocide. We will not allow this this to continue. So I have a lot of hope, especially. But either way, I think we'll pan back to the crowd a bit back here. It looks like they are holding up towels. It looks like they're, doing some sort of perhaps training or whatever it might be, perhaps prayer. I know the other day there was prayer happening, and there was just disgusting, I don't even want to talk about it, just disgusting harassment of the people that are engaging in prayer. So I think it is great how students are standing up and protecting each other and really standing with each other in these moments. So if you're just tuning into the stream now, we're here. It's day 6 of the encampment. We're at Columbia University. We are live. And if you're just tuning in, you're watching Breakthrough News. If you haven't got a chance to follow us, please do so. You can subscribe on YouTube. You can also go ahead and subscribe on Instagram. Not subscribe, follow. Follow us on Instagram, on Twitter, on TikTok, wherever you can find social media. We've got it because we do all kinds of coverage. On social media, we're trying to post as quickly as possible the just live energy of what's going on in the streets all around the country. So that's definitely a big part of what we do on social media. So that is at BT Newsroom. At BT Newsroom. You can follow us on Instagram there. You can follow us on Twitter, on TikTok, wherever it might be on social media to get that live coverage and update, and of course support us. Follow us and subscribe on YouTube if you haven't subscribed. You can subscribe on YouTube, click that bell, get those notifications to see when we're going live, because we don't go live for no reason. We go live when it's hot, when it's time, when we know that we need to show people the real voices on the ground, the real situation on the ground. The news would have you believing that those people that they're tiny, they're hard to see, but there's like 6 people holding an American flag, and the news would have you believe that there's genuinely 2 sides of an issue, but I don't really see 2 real sides. I see a small group of counter-protesters and thousands of students standing with Palestine, not to mention all of the statistics that the students have shared earlier about the overwhelming support, 70% of students, as according to the Columbia College's survey that they had done on who supports divestment. So nonetheless, we really do see that why independent media is important is because we cover on the ground. We cover what is really happening in real time, unfiltered by imperialist propaganda, unfiltered by what CNN anchors would like to cut up and change around and put forward as the truth. That is the importance of independent journalism. So if you believe in independent journalism, we ask you this not because there's a million places you can give money to, but we ask you to please become a patron. That's go to patreon.com/breakthrough news, patreon.com/breakthrough news. $3, $5, whatever you can give, because it's challenging to keep this going. It's challenging to keep independent media going. And of course, as soon as you start doing something good, that's immediately when you start getting attacked. There's so many ways in which the corporate media is threatened by outlets like ours. So now is the time to support if you can. We deeply and profoundly appreciate it. But either way, we're going to be bringing you this live coverage. We want to stay here live for a while on the ground in the event that there are major changes happening. I mean, in a couple of hours, we've seen dramatic shifts in the movement. I mean, whether it was the students getting cleared out originally or rebuilding their tents like we keep talking about here, or now I see even more students coming. I mean, the apparatus has just really significantly grown. It's a city within a campus, within a city, with a cityception situation going on. So, we want to be on the ground just in case of any sort of major changes happening here. But like I said, keep tuning in, follow us. That's at BT Newsroom, or go to Breakthrough News on YouTube. We're going to find more interviews for you, and stay live.
Lovely talking to you.
So we are here live, like I've said many times, we are live, day 6 of the encampment, talking to students, hearing their opinions. That's what independent journalism is about, actually hearing from students, not cutting, not editing, not changing what people have to say. But do we have enough space here? Okay, let's see. Oh, we cannot back up much other than stepping on people's stuff. Let's attempt here. How's that, Kay? Cool. Well, let's bring the camera back, maybe.
Well, it's like, just keep going.
All right, you want me to go? We can go around.
No, just keep going, keep going.
All right, I'll keep going. Either way, just want to make sure we get the right shot so we can hear what people have to say. But we've been interviewing students all day. We've been here on campus. It's really an incredible just electricity happening here. I mean, we heard earlier from faculty, which is why I wanted to talk with these students more about this, about the faculty coming out and standing against the congressional hearings that are happening. I mean, it is just, oh wow, there's just a lot. So I'd love to have kind of some student opinions on the hearings, if you've been listening to them, if you've been following them, and kind of your thoughts on the implications of really what it means for Congress to get involved in a university issue. So I'd love to hear from you.
Well, I think that the hearing was a clear testament to the fact that the buck does not stop at Columbia President Manoush Shafiq. She has been very occupied with trying to keep the illusion of power when, in fact, there are politicians in D.C. who effectively are her bosses. And I think that when you look at the line of questioning from Republican congresspeople on the committee and the way that Columbia President Shafiq has responded, it's very clear that she herself does not know what this movement is about. She herself does not respect the fact that we are out here peacefully protesting for a free Palestine, for Columbia to divest, for Columbia to, have financial transparency. And so I think that, if anything, the hearing really, one, emphasized that she has bosses in D.C. that, sort of have her at her beck and call, and you can't possibly run a university and really be effective to your students in terms of your leadership if you're too busy trying to preserve your political capital.
That's a really astute point, because, I mean, especially when we're thinking about the political capital, I mean, the fact that the university president partnered with the NYPD to break precedent for the university all of its years, break precedent and just clear this out, says to me that there might be something bigger. So I definitely hear where you're coming from. And the congressional hearing, the fact that the United States government is getting involved in this question says so much more. But I want to hear from you as well, another Columbia student, to kind of get your thoughts a bit on what exactly the relationship is here, or just kind of your speculation on its importance and its meaning.
I mean, watching the hearing, I think all the students I talked to that watched it agreed on one thing, which is that it showed just how little Congress members, as well as Manoush and the trustees themselves, knew about this movement, about what our goals were. This has been, since October, a peaceful protest movement, the entire goal of which, and you only have to take one look around this encampment to know that this is students from all cultures, demographics, religions, backgrounds in Columbia that have been gathering since October and holding actions for the simple goal, and I think an agreeable goal, of not wanting our tuition dollars to go towards the genocide of the Palestinian people. That's it. And at the hearing, I think Congress members showed that they have really never been paying attention to the student movement until it caused some disruption. Manoush is now trying her hardest to repress it. We feel surveilled, unsafe. NYPD will get called if you try to peacefully protest against funding genocide. It showed how little our university leaders cared about us and how much more they cared about the opinions of politicians in D.C.
No, certainly. I mean, I think the congressional hearings say to me, just especially, that the fact that the U.S. government is weighing in, and that it's such a profoundly unpopular opinion. I mean, we've seen opinion polls come out time and time again, and in some ways they kind of stopped doing these opinion polls because they don't want to show that how many people in the United States cross the aisle, Democrats, Republicans, regardless of politics, people are really saying, we don't stand with this genocide. This is not okay, not in our name. And to see the kind of demographics come out and people really say over and over again that, actually the U.S. has no reason to be supporting Israel, and then to have the Congress people overwhelmingly just go completely deaf to that message, it's just revealed so clearly where the U.S. politicians stand and how AIPAC has been funding so much of what happens in U.S. domestic policy and U.S. foreign policy. I mean, it's just crazy to think about the kind of control that has. And so to see that Congress took up this issue, it says to me that those in power, the Congress people, the ruling class, that they're having a real consideration, a genuine consideration about the power that students hold. They're afraid. They're absolutely afraid. The encampments are spreading. And so the need to take this up in a higher body of power has everything to do with the fear that they have. So I'd love to hear from you kind of your thoughts on the connections between the congressional hearings and the spreading of the encampments.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that Manoush and Congress sort of, their approach to the situation backfired. Unfortunately, in movements like this, you need people who are going to attempt to repress those who are fighting for justice in order to invigorate them even more, in order to inspire people who may have originally been on the sidelines. And so I think the officials in Congress, the Republican Congress people, specifically on the Education Committee, including Manoush and the Board of Trustees, are those people in this movement who have, invigorated people, who have brought people, out of the woodworks. And so I'm very glad to see that universities across the country are starting to form their own encampments. My message would be that when forming those encampments, to be clear in your messaging that this is in solidarity with Palestine and Palestinians, not in solidarity with Columbia University students. We are all in solidarity with Palestine. And I think there's also something to be said about Manoush Shafiq and sort of the approach that she took to handle this situation. Like you said, it is largely unprecedented that she would call in NYPD in order to mass arrest her own students. This isn't something that's happened since 1968. And so I think, to me, it showed that she sort of played her last political card. She sort of used the last tool in her war chest. And I think there are now conversations about what she's going to do next. We've made it clear here that we won't be going anywhere until our demands are met. And so she's faced with a dilemma. She wants to have her graduation. She wants to have business as usual on a campus that does not want to have business as usual, as demonstrated. And so she has a choice to make.
Certainly. I mean, I really hope that, and I feel that, we've been saying this all day, but that this encampment, it's making history. The students here are making history. No matter how things go, this will go down in history books because it is about students rising up and claiming their power. And the thing is, if a university is really for the students, beholden to the students, if that's really who they care about, why would they not listen to the students and listen to the demands of the students and the obvious outpouring of support to divest? I mean, there is an actionable item in which the university can take, and they are ignoring it because they would rather appease their funders. They'd rather appease the people that they care about more, the relationships they value more than the actual university that they run. So, my final question here that I'd love to hear from you more about, I mean, I feel similarly, like what you were saying with the repression and how it's kind of backfired. I think that is absolutely the case. I mean, it reminds me a bit of the Kent State shooting and a lot of the ways that the student history and the student movements and the anti-war movement backfired because the more the students were repressed, the bigger all of the actions became. So I'd just love to hear from you in our final moments here about your perspective on the repression and on the growth, the growth that we see of this movement as it continues to build more and more and more, and hear more about where you see the future of this encampment.
Yeah, I mean, I think what happened is there has always been overwhelming support for divestment at Columbia. We did referenda in 2018 and 2020 across many of the undergraduate colleges, Columbia College, Barnard College, and the consistent trend is that Columbia students don't want their tuition dollars going to genocide. The problem is that when students try to express that, they get arrested. What happened with the encampment was that a group of students who were, outspoken about this, were advocating for it bravely and courageously, were arrested, were brutally escorted off campus, were suspended. Some of them were evicted at Barnard College. And what happened is when other students saw that happening to their fellow peers who were advocating for something that we all agree with, for the most part, we decided that we need to be in solidarity with Palestinians by supporting the students who face so many repercussions and were brutally suppressed by Columbia for calling for the very thing that we all agree on. So I think it's a natural thing that happens when you try to repress a movement, the people who are on the sidelines, like Kai said, they're going to be more outspoken because they see that our demands aren't being listened to. The opinion of the vast majority of students is being completely ignored.
Certainly. Either way, I think that we see a program going on back here. So, it's been really great talking to you both. Thank you so much for your interview. I think we're going to make our way over to this program because maybe there's something going on. If there isn't, either way, we're still here. Everything continues to unfold. So it's really important, I think, in this time, especially as we've mentioned the fact that this has gotten to Congress, that this is an issue well beyond the bounds of this campus. This is an issue that has really opened up the floodgates that have called upon not just students, but everybody across the country to join in and stand for Palestine. Because if the Congress people feel that they can weigh in on an issue that it's really about students in their university, if they can weigh in on an issue of students in university, it must say a lot about the U.S.'s stake in making sure that this genocide continues. But nonetheless, we are going to turn back to the crowd and perhaps turn back to a bit of what's going on here as a program.
Okay, so we're back here at the Gaza Solidarity Camp. We're getting ready to wrap up here, but we're gonna be here in the camp. But yeah, this is day 6, and as you can see, this is oh, okay. Sorry, we have an announcement here.
just here to support my parents. We're students at Columbia University in the 80s, and I grew up in Washington Heights. I brought a bunch of herbal medicine that has been donated by several herbalists from upstate New York and in New York City to support you all, your nervous system, your immune system. So if any of y'all are interested in getting teas, oxymels, tinctures, or learning more about what that is, we'll be by the art station behind the supply tables until things run out. So come by. Thank you.
So you heard that. There's a delivery of herbal medicine that's just been made here from some local supporters in Harlem. But that'll do it for us on the stream today. We don't know if, we'll see if we can get in tomorrow. The security situation gets increasingly tighter and tighter. But we're going to keep bringing whatever coverage we can of the Columbia encampment, all the other encampments that have spread around the country. And there's no better place to follow than at Breakthrough News. So if you like what we've done so far, please make sure to give us a follow. If you're watching on Twitter or YouTube, hit that follow button. And everywhere else, we're on all social media platforms. But again, that'll do it for us from the Gaza Solidarity Camp at Columbia University, day 6. And we're out.